Phantom by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 200. His mother nodded in a way that made his stomach knot. That's the woman. What woman? Baracus's wife. No, Richard said as he touched his fingers to his forehead, trying to think it through. No, she was the wife of Merritt, the wizard who made her into a confessor, not Baracus. That was later, his mother said with a dismissive gesture. Her first husband was Baracus. Are you sure? She nodded firmly. When Baracus returned from the Temple of the Winds, Magda Cirrus was waiting for him, where he had asked her to wait, in the first wizard's enclave. For days she had waited, fearful that he would never return to her. To her great relief, he finally did. He kissed her, told her of his undying love, and then, in confidence, and after securing her oath of eternal silence, he sent her with a book to his hidden, private, secret library. After she had gone, he left his outfit, the one you now wear, including those leather-padded silver wristbands, the cape that looks as if it has been spun from gold, and that amulet, in the first wizard's enclave. Left them for the wizard he had just insured would be born into the world of life. Left them for you, Richard. For me. Are you sure that they were really meant for me specifically? Why do you think that there are as many prophecies that speak of you, that wait for you, that name you? The one born true, the pebble in the pond, the bringer of death, the Kahlan. Why do you think those prophecies that revolve around you came about? Why do you think that you have been able to understand some of them when no one else for centuries, for millennia, has been able to decipher them? Why do you think that you have fulfilled others? But that doesn't mean that it was explicitly meant to be me. With an indifferent gesture, his mother declined to either support or deny his assertion. Who is to say what came first? The subtractive side, finally finding a child to be born in, or it finally finding the specific child it was meant to be born in? Prophecy needs a kernel to spark its growth. Something must be there to engender what will be, even if it is merely the color of your eyes that has been passed down to you. Something must make it come about. In this case, is it chance or intent? I would like to think a chance series of events. If it pleases you. But at this point, Richard, does it really matter? You are the one born with the ability that Baracus released from its confinement in another world. You are the one he intended to be born, either by chance or specific intent. In the end, the only thing that matters is what is. You are the one born with that ability. Richard supposed that she was right. Exactly how it came to be didn't change what was. His mother sighed as she went on with the story. Anyway, it was only then, after he had made his preparations for what he had ensured would come about, that Baracus emerged from his enclave and leaped to his death. Those who wrote the accounts did not know that he had already been back long enough to send his wife on an urgent covert mission. She returned to discover that he was dead. Richard's head spun. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He felt dizzy from the unexpected account of ancient events. He knew, though, from having been to the Temple of Winds, that such things were possible. He had given up the knowledge that he had gained there as the price of returning to the world of life. Even though he'd lost that knowledge, he was left with a sense of how profound it had been. The one who had demanded the price of leaving behind what he had learned in exchange for his return to Kahlan had been the spirit of Darken Ral, his real father. In her grief, Magda Cirrus volunteered herself to be the subject of a dangerous experiment that Merritt had come up with, volunteered to become a confessor. She knew there was a good chance that she would not live through the unknown hazards of that conjuring, but in her grief, with her beloved husband, the first wizard, dead, her world had ended. She didn't think that there was anything for her to live for other than finding out who was responsible for the fateful events that had resulted in her husband's death. So she volunteered for what everyone expected might very well be a fatal experiment. Yet she survived. It was only much later that she began to fall in love with Merritt and he with her. Her world came back to life with him. The accounts of that time are in spots blurred, with pieces missing or misplaced in the chronology of events, but the truth is that Merritt was her second husband. Richard had to sit down on the marble bench. It was almost too much to take in. The implications were staggering. He had trouble reconciling the coincidences that he had been the first in thousands of years to be born with subtractive magic, that Baracus had been the last one to go to the Temple of Winds until Richard himself, that Baracus had been married to a woman who became the first confessor, that Richard had fallen in love with and married a confessor, the mother confessor herself, Kahlan. When Magda Ceres used her newborn confessor power on Lothane, they discovered what he had done at the Temple of the Winds, what only Baracus had known. Richard looked up. What did he do? His mother gazed into his eyes as if she were looking into his soul. Lothane betrayed them when he was at the temple by seeing to it that a very specific magic that had been locked away there would at some future point be released into the world of life. Emperor Jagang was born with the power that Lothane allowed to seep out of the safety of its confinement in another world. That magic was the power of a dream walker. But why would Lothane, the head prosecutor, do such a thing? After all, he had seen to it that the temple team was executed for the damage they had done. Lothane had probably come to believe, as did the enemy in the old world, that magic should be eliminated from the race of man. I guess his zealotry found a new fixation. He imagined himself as savior of mankind. To that end, he ensured the return of a dreamwalker to the world of life to purge the world of magic. For some reason, Baracus was unable to seal the breach created by Lothane, unable to undo the treason. He did the next best thing. He saw to it that there would be a balance, a counter to the damage done, someone to fight against those forces bent on destroying those with the gift, someone with the required ability. That would be you, Richard. Baracus saw to it that you would be born to counter what had been done by Lothane. That is why you, Richard Rall, are the only one who can stop the order. Richard thought he might be sick. It all made him feel as if he were but a cosmic pawn being used for a hidden purpose, a dupe doing nothing more than playing out the plan for his life contrived by others, performing his predetermined part in a battle across the sweep of millennia. As if reading his mind, Shota, still looking and sounding for all the world like his mother, laid a compassionate hand on his shoulder. Baracus saw to it that there was a balance to counter this damage. He did not preordain how that balance would function or how it would act. He did not take your free will out of the equation, Richard. You think not? It seems to me that I'm merely the final piece of this game being put into play at long last. I don't see my free will, my own life, my choice in any of it. It would seem others have determined my path. I don't think that is true, Richard. You might say that what they have done is not unlike training a soldier to fight. That training creates the possibility of accomplishing the goal of winning the battle should a battle come to pass. It doesn't mean that when the battle does come, the soldier won't run away, that he will instead stand and fight, or even that if he does fight to the best of his ability and training, that he will win. Baracus saw to it that you have the potential, Richard, the armor, the weapons, the ability to fight for your own life and your own world, should the need arise. Nothing more. He was just giving you a helping hand. A helping hand sent across the gulf of time. Richard felt drained and confused. He almost felt as if he no longer knew himself, knew who he really was, or how much of his own life was of his own making. It felt to him as if Baracus had suddenly materialized out of the dust of ancient bones, a phantom come to haunt Richard's life. Chapter 20. There was one thing that still nagged at him, one other bit that still didn't make sense. How could the head prosecutor, Lothane, turn on his beliefs, turn on everyone in the New World? It struck Richard as too convenient an explanation that he fell under the power, the allure of the beliefs of the old world. And then it came to him. Realization welling up through him in a rush with the power of floodwaters. The substance of it nearly took his breath. Something about the ancient accounts had always bothered him. Shota had stirred his memory of the things that had happened, and in so doing, all the existing pieces suddenly fell into place. Now he understood what was wrong with the story, what had always bothered him about it. Once he understood, he didn't know why he hadn't realized it long before. Lothane was a zealous prosecutor, Richard said, half to himself. It all came out in a rush as he spoke, his eyes wide and unblinking. He didn't find a new fixation for his zealotry. He didn't turn on them. He wasn't a traitor. He was a spy. He had always been a spy. He was like a mole, tunneling ever closer to his objective. Over a long period of time, he worked himself into a position of power. He also had accomplices, covertly working under him. Lothane was a wizard who had become not just widely respected, but powerful. With his political power, he had access to the highest places. When the opportunity finally presented itself, an opportunity that he had helped engineer, he acted. He saw to it that his co-conspirators were assigned to the temple team. Just like the order today, Lothane and his men had a strong faith in their cause. They were the ones who corrupted the mission. It wasn't a change of heart, a misguided act of conscience. It had been planned all along. It was deliberate. They were all willing to sacrifice themselves, to die for what they believed was a higher cause. I don't know how many of the team were actually spies, or if all of them were, but the fact is that enough were that they accomplished their goal. It could even be that they convinced the others to go along with them out of a confused sense of moral obligation. It was inevitable, of course, that the other wizards at the keep would soon enough realize that the Temple of the Winds project had been compromised. When they did, Lothane was only too ready to prosecute the entire temple team and saw to it that they were all executed. He didn't want anyone left alive who could betray the extent of what they had actually done. Lothane had intended all along for their precise actions to be kept secret, so that successful countermeasures could not be undertaken. Those spies whom Lothane had assigned to the temple team went to their graves willingly, taking their secrets with them. By prosecuting and sentencing the entire temple team, Lothane was able to bury the entire conspiracy that he had devised. He eliminated everyone who had any knowledge of the true damage that had been done. He was confident in the knowledge that one day his cause would sweep aside all opposition and they would rule the world. When that happened, he would be the greatest hero of all time. There was only one minor problem remaining. After the trial, those in charge insisted that someone must go to the Temple of Winds to repair the damage. Lothane couldn't allow anyone else to go, of course, because they would find out the true extent of the sabotage and might possibly be able to undo it, so he volunteered to go himself. That had been his plan all along, to follow up on the team himself if need be and cover up the truth. Because he was the head prosecutor, everyone believed that he had the absolute conviction to set matters right. When Lothane finally reached the Temple of the Winds, he not only saw to it that the damage could not be repaired, he used the knowledge he gained there to make it worse, to make sure that no one would find and fix the breach. He then covered up what he had done, intending to make it appear as if all had been set right. There was only one problem. The alterations he made, using the knowledge of the temple itself, turned out to be enough to set off the temple's protective alarms. From the temple in that other world, Lothane was unaware of the red moons the temple had awakened in this world, and when he returned, he was caught. Even so, he didn't care. He looked forward to dying, to gaining eternal glory in the afterlife for all that he had accomplished, just as Nietzsche explained about the way the people of the old world think. The wizards at the keep needed to know the extent of the damage Lothane had caused. Even though he was tortured, Lothane did not reveal the extent of the plan. To discover the truth of what had happened, Magda Cirrus became a confessor. But she was inexperienced at the task and still learning as she went. Even though she used her confessor power, she didn't realize at the time the importance of asking the right questions. Richard looked up at the face of his mother. Kahlan told me once that just getting a confession was easy. The hard part was understanding how to ask the right questions to get the truth. Merritt had only just devised the powers of a confessor. No one yet understood the way those powers functioned. Kahlan was trained her whole life to be able to do it properly. But back then, thousands of years ago, Magda Cirrus didn't yet grasp how to ask all the right questions in the right order. Even though she believed she had gotten Lothane to confess what he had done, she failed to uncover the true extent of his treachery. He was a spy, and despite the use of the first confessor, they failed to discover it. As a result, they never knew the full extent of the subversion carried out by Lothane's men on the temple team. His mother studied him from under a brow set in concentration. "Are you sure of this, Richard?" He nodded. "It finally all makes sense to me. With what you've added to the story, all the pieces that I could never before fit in place now fit. Lothane was a spy, and he went to his death never revealing who he really was or that he had placed his own men on the temple team. They all died without ever revealing the true extent of the damage they had done. No one, not even Baracus, realized the full extent of it." His mother sighed as she stared off. "That certainly explains some of the missing gaps in what came to me." She looked back at him as if in a new light. "Very good, Richard. Very good indeed." Richard wiped a hand across his weary eyes. He didn't feel any great sense of pride in reaching down into the dark muck of history and pulling up such despicable deeds that were still slipping across time to haunt him. "You said that Baracus left a book for me?" She nodded. "He sent it away with his wife for safekeeping. It was meant for you." Richard sighed. "Are you sure?" "Yes." His mother carefully folded her fingers together. "While at the Temple of the Winds, Baracus wrote the book with the aid of knowledge that he gathered there. No eyes but his have ever read it. No living person has so much as opened the cover since Baracus finished writing it and closed the cover himself. It has, since that time, been lying untouched in his secret library." The idea of such a thing gave Richard a chill. He had no idea where such a library could be, but even if he found the right library, that would not tell him what he needed to know. He didn't suppose that there was a chance, but he asked anyway, "Do you have any idea what this book is called? Or maybe what it's about?" His mother nodded solemnly. "It is titled, Secrets of a War Wizard's Power." "Dear spirits," Richard whispered as he looked up at her. Elbows on his knees, his face sank into his hands. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't seem to take it all in. The last man who had visited the Temple of the Winds 3,000 years before Richard had somehow, while there, seen to it that the temple would release subtractive magic, which Richard had been born with, in part so that he could get into the Temple of the Winds to stop a plague started by a dream walker who had been born because a wizard, Lothane, had been there first, and seen to it that a dream walker would be born in order to rule the world and destroy magic. And further, that same man, who had seen to it that Richard would be born with subtractive magic, had left Richard a book of instruction on the very magic it seemed he had bestowed on Richard in order to defeat the dream walker. After Baracus returned and committed suicide, the wizards had abandoned any further attempts to get into the Temple of the Winds to answer the call of the Red Moons, or for any other reason, as impossible. They were never able to get in to undo the damage the Temple team and then Lothane had done. Only Baracus had been able to take action to counter the threat. Very possibly, Baracus himself had ensured that no one else could get into the Temple of the Winds, probably so that there would be no chance that any other spy could ruin what Baracus had done to ensure that there would be a balance to the threat, namely Richard's birth. Richard looked up. His mother was no longer there. In her place stood Shota, the loose points of her dress floating gently as if in a breeze. Richard was sad to see his mother gone, but at the same time it was a relief, since it was so disorienting to try to speak to Shota through the specter of his mother. This library where Baracus sent his wife with the book Secrets of a War Wizard's Power, where is it? Shota shook her head sadly. I'm afraid that I don't know. I don't think that anyone but Baracus and his wife Magda Cirrus knew. Richard wore the war wizard outfit last worn by Baracus, worn the amulet worn by Baracus, carried the gift for subtractive magic very likely because of Baracus. And Baracus had left him what sounded like an instruction book on how to use the power he had seen to it that Richard had been born with. There are so many libraries. Baracus's private library could be among any of them. Do you have any idea at all which one it could be? I know only that it is not among any other library, as you suggest. The library Baracus created was his alone. Every book there is his alone. He hid them well. They remain undiscovered to this day. And for some reason he saw fit not to leave those books in the safety of the First Wizard's Enclave? Safety? Not long ago, Sisters of the Dark, sent by Jagang, violated this place. They took books, among other things, to the Emperor. Jagang hunts books because they contain knowledge that helps him in his struggle to rule the world for the Order. Had the book Baracus wrote for you been left here at the keep, it very well might now be in Jagang's hands. Baracus was wise not to leave such power here, where anyone could find it, where every first wizard to come after him might have discovered it and tampered with it, or even destroyed it, lest it fall into the wrong hands. That was what had happened to the Book of Counted Shadows. Anne and Nathan, because of prophecy, had helped George Cypher bring it back to Westland with the intent that when he was old enough, Richard would memorize that book and then destroy it, lest it fall into the wrong hands. It turned out that Darken Rahl would eventually need to get his hands on that book in order to open the boxes of Orden, the same boxes that were now in play because of Anne's former sisters, who now had Kahlan, the last confessor, who, because of what was written in that book, had helped him defeat Darken Rahl. Richard lifted out the amulet he wore, which had once belonged to Baracus. He stared at the symbols making up the dance with death. There was just too much for it all to be coincidence. He peered up at Shota. Are you saying that Baracus foresaw what would happen and put the book in a place of greater safety? Shota shrugged. I'm sorry, Richard, I don't know. It may be that he was simply being cautious. Considering his reasons and what is at stake, such caution certainly seems not only to have been warranted, but wise. I've told you everything I can. You know all the pieces of the puzzle, of the history, that I'm unaware of. That doesn't mean that this is all there is to it. But from other sources you also know additional parts of the history, so you now know more of the story than I do. For that matter, you probably now know more of it than any person alive since War Wizard Baracus was the first wizard. Out of all she had told him, nothing would do him any good unless he could find the book Baracus had meant for him to have. Without that book, Richard's war wizard powers were a mystery to him and next to useless. Without that book, it seemed that there was no hope of defeating the army that had come up from the old world. The Order would rule the world, and magic would be eradicated from the world of life, just as Lothane had planned. Without the book, Baracus's plan was a failure, and Jagang was going to win. Richard gazed up at the glassed roof 100 feet overhead, which let in some of the somber late-day light to balance the glow of the lamps down in the heart of the room. He wondered when the lamps had been lit. He didn't recall it happening. Shota, there could be no greater need for such knowledge. How am I supposed to succeed in stopping the Order if I can't use my ability as a war wizard? Can't you give me anything, any idea at all, of how to find this book? If I don't find some answers, and soon, I'm dead. We all are. She cupped his chin as she looked down into his eyes. I hope you know, Richard, that if I knew how to get that book for you, I would do it. You know how much I want to stop the Imperial Order. Well, why do you get specific information? Where does it come from? Why is it that it comes to you at specific times, like now? Why not the first time I met you? Or when I was trying to get into the Temple of the Winds to stop the plague? I suppose that it comes from the same place you get answers or inspiration when you mull over a problem. Why do you come up with answers to problems when you do? I think about a situation, and sometimes the answers come to me. Fundamentally, it's no different, I suppose, than how anyone comes up with ideas. It's just that my ideas are unique to a witch woman's mind, and they involve events in the flow of time. I suppose that it's much the same as how you suddenly came to know the truth about what Lothane had done. How did that come to you? I suppose that it works much the same for me. If I knew where the book Secrets of a War Wizard's Power was, or had any idea of how to find it, I wouldn't hesitate to tell you. Richard heaved a sigh and stood. I know, Shota. Thank you for all you've done. I'll try to find a way for what you've told me to be of help. Shota squeezed his shoulder. I must go. I have a witch woman to find. At least, thanks to Nietzsche, I know her name. A thought struck him. I wonder why she's named Six. Shota's countenance darkened. It's a derogatory name. A witch woman sees many things in the flow of time, especially those things having to do with any daughters she might bear. For a witch woman, the seventh child is special. To name a child Six is to say that she falls short, that she is less than perfect. It's an open insult from birth for what a witch woman foresees of her daughter's character. It's a pronouncement that her daughter is flawed. Naming her Six probably earned the mother her own murder at the hands of that daughter. Then why would the mother so openly declare such a thing? Why not name the daughter something else and avoid the probability of her own murder? Shota regarded him with a sad smile. Because there are witch women who are believers in the truth, because truth will help others avoid danger. To such women, a lie would be the bud of much larger trouble that would grow from it. To us, truth is the only hope for the future. To us, the future is life. Well, it sounds like the name fits the trouble this one is causing. Shota's smile, sad though it had been, vanished. Her brow tightened with a dark look. She lifted a finger in warning. Such a woman could easily conceal her name. This one instead reveals it the way a snake bears its fangs. You worry about everything else and leave her to me. A witch woman is profoundly dangerous. Richard smiled a little. Like you? Shota didn't return the smile. Like me. Richard stood alone by the fountain as he watched Shota ascend the steps. Nietzsche, Kara, Zed, Nathan, Anne, and Jebra were huddled off to the side, engaged in whispered conversation among themselves. They didn't pay any heed to Shota as she passed, like an unseen apparition. Richard followed her up the steps. In the doorway, silhouetted by the light, Shota turned back, almost as if she had seen an apparition herself. She reached out, and for a time rested a hand on the doorframe.
One other thing, Richard. Shota studied his eyes for a moment. When you were young, your mother died in a fire.
Richard nodded. That's right. A man got in a fight with George Cypher, the man who raised me. The man I thought at the time was my father. This man who started the fight with my father knocked a lamp off the table, setting the house on fire. My brother and I were asleep in the back bedroom at the time. While the man dragged my father outside and was beating him, my mother raced in and pulled my brother and me from the burning house. Richard cleared his throat with the pain that still haunted him. He remembered the quick smile of her relief that they were safe, and the last quick kiss she had given him on his forehead. After my mother was sure that we were safe, she ran back inside to save something, we never knew what. Her screams brought the man to his senses, and he and my father tried to save her, but they couldn't. It was too late. They were driven back by the heat of the flames and could do nothing for her. Filled with guilt and revulsion at what he had caused, the man ran off sobbing that he was sorry. It was a terrible tragedy, especially because there was no one else in the house, and nothing worth saving, nothing worth her life. My mother died for nothing. Shota, standing silhouetted in the doorway, one hand resting against the doorframe, stared at him for what seemed an eternity. Richard waited silently. There was some kind of terrible significance evident in her posture, in her almond eyes. She finally spoke in a soft voice. Your mother was not the only one to die in that fire. Richard felt goosebumps race up his legs and arms. Everything he had known for nearly his whole life seemed to be vaporized in an instant by the lightning strike of those words. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Shota shook her head sadly. I swear on my life, Richard, I don't know anything else. He stepped closer and grasped her arm, being careful not to grip it as hard as he easily could have under the sudden power of his burning need to understand why she would say such a thing. What do you mean you don't know anything else? How can you say something so inconceivable and then just say that you don't know anything else? How can you say something like that about the death of my mother and then just not know any more? That doesn't make sense. You must know something more. Shota cupped a hand to the side of his face. You did something for me the last time you came to Agaden Reach. You turned down my offer and said that I was worth more than to have someone against their will. You said that I deserved to have someone who would value me for who I am. As angry as I was with you at that moment, it made me think. No one has ever turned me down before, and you did it for the right reasons, because you cared about me, cared that I have what will make my life worthwhile. You cared enough to risk my wrath. When I assumed the likeness of your mother, that gift in some way influenced the flow of information coming to me. Because of that, just now as I was about to leave, that single thought came into my awareness. Your mother was not the only one to die in that fire. Like all things that I glean from the flow of events in time, it came to me as a kind of intuitive vision. I don't know what it means, and I don't know any more about it. I swear, Richard, I don't. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not have revealed that small bit of information because it is so charged with possibilities and questions, but these are hardly ordinary circumstances. I thought you should know what came to me. I thought you should know every scrap of everything I know. Not all of what I learn from the flow of time is useful. That's why I don't always reveal to people isolated things like this. In this instance, however, I thought you should know it, in case it comes to mean something to you, in case it might come to help you somehow. Richard felt numb and confused. He wasn't sure that he believed it really meant what it sounded like it meant. Could it mean that she wasn't the only one to die because a part of us died with her that day? That our hearts would never be the same? Could it mean that she was not the only one to die in that fire in that sense?
I don't know, Richard. I really don't. But it could be. It may, in that way, be insignificant as far as being something that would actually help you now. I don't always know everything about what the flow of time reveals, or if it is meaningful. It could be, as you say, and nothing more. I can only be a help if I relay information accurately, and so that is what I did. That is the exact way it came to me, and in that precise concept. Your mother was not the only one to die in that fire.
Richard felt a tear run down his cheek. Shota, I feel so alone. You brought Jebra to tell me things that gave me nightmares. I don't know what to do next. I don't. So many people believe in me, depend on me. Isn't there something you can tell me that will at least point me in the right direction before we're all lost?
With a finger, Shota lifted the tear from his cheek. That simple act somehow lifted his heart in a small way. I am sorry, Richard. I don't know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe that I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person, Richard. Believe in yourself. Know that I believe you are the one who can do it.
Outside, before starting down the granite steps, she turned back, a black shape against the fading light.
If Kahlan was ever real or not no longer matters. The entire world of life, everyone's life, is now at stake. You must forget this one life, Richard, and think of all the rest.
Prophecy, Shota. Richard felt too heavy-hearted to raise his voice. Something from the flow of time?
Shota shook her head. Simply the advice of a witch woman. She started for the paddock to collect her horse. Too much is at stake, Richard. You must stop chasing this phantom.
When Richard went back inside, everyone was crowded around Jebra, engaged in hushed conversation filled with sympathy for her ordeal. Zed paused in the middle of what he was saying as Richard joined them. Rather odd, don't you think, my boy? Richard glanced around at the perplexed expressions. What's odd? Zed spread his hands. That somewhere in the middle of Jebra telling her story, Shota simply up and vanished. Vanished, Richard repeated, cautiously. Nietzsche nodded. We thought she would stick around to have something to say after Jebra finished. Maybe she had to go find someone to intimidate, Kara said. Anne sighed. Maybe she wanted to be on her way after that other witch woman. Maybe, being a witch woman, she isn't much for goodbyes, Nathan suggested. Richard didn't say anything. He had seen Shota do this before, like when she had shown up at his and Kahlan's wedding and given Kahlan the necklace. No one had heard her then, either, when she had spoken to Richard and Kahlan. No one had seen her leave. Everyone went back to their conversation except for his grandfather. Zed looked distant and distracted. What is it? Richard asked. Zed shook his head as he laid his arm around Richard's shoulders, leaning closer as he spoke intimately. For some reason, I find my mind wandering to thoughts of your mother. My mother? Zed nodded. I really miss her. Me too, Richard said. Now that you mention it, I guess I've had her on my mind as well. Zed stared off into the distance. Part of me died with her that day. It took Richard a moment to find his voice. Do you have any idea why she went back into the burning house? Do you think there was anything important in there? Maybe someone we didn't know about? Zed shook his head insistently.
I felt sure that there had to have been some good reason, but I went through the ashes myself.
His eyes welled up with tears.
There was nothing in there but her bones.
Richard glanced out the door and saw the spectral shadow of Shota atop her horse start down the road without looking back. Chapter 21. Rachel hesitated deep within the dark entrance. It was becoming difficult to see. She wished she couldn't make out what was drawn on the walls, but the fact was she could. All the way into the cave, she had tried not to look too closely at the strange scenes covering the stone walls all around her. Some of the images made goosebumps rise on her arms. She could not imagine why anyone would want to draw such horrible, cruel things, but she certainly could understand why they would put them down in the cave, why they would want to hide such dark thoughts from the light of day. The man unexpectedly shoved her. Rachel stumbled forward and fell flat on her face. She gasped a breath to regain the wind that had been so abruptly knocked out of her. She spit out dirt as she pushed herself up on her arms. She was too angry to cry. When she peeked back over her shoulder, she saw that, instead of watching her, he was gazing ahead into the darkness with those unsettling golden eyes of his, as if his mind had wandered and he'd forgotten all about her. Rachel glanced back toward the light, wondering if she could make it past his long legs. She reasoned that she could feign going one way and then dodge the other. That might work, but he was a lot bigger than she was, and could no doubt run faster even if her legs hadn't been all wobbly from having been tied for so long. If only he hadn't taken her knives away from her. Still, if she was quick, she thought she might possibly be able to get enough of a start to make it. Before she had a chance to try, the man noticed her again. He seized her by the collar and hoisted her to her feet, then shoved her on ahead, deeper into the black maw of the cave. Rachel struggled to find her footing over rock outcroppings and to jump fissures. Seeing some kind of movement ahead, she paused. "Well, well," came a razor-thin voice from back in the darkness. "Visitors." The last word had been drawn out, so that it almost sounded like the hiss of a snake. Rachel's skin went icy cold as she stared wide-eyed into the darkness, fearing who could be the owner of such a voice. Out of that darkness, as if from out of the underworld itself, a shadow materialized, gliding forward into the dim light. Shadows didn't smile, though, Rachel realized. This was a woman, a tall woman in long black robes. Her long, wiry hair, too, was black. In contrast, her skin was so pale that it made her face almost appear to be floating all by itself in the darkness. It reminded Rachel of the skin of an albino salamander that hid under leaves on the forest floor during the day, never touched by the sunlight. All of her, from the coarse black cloth of her dress to her parched flesh stretched tightly over her knuckles to her stiff hair, seemed as dry as a sun-baked carcass. She wore the kind of smile that Rachel imagined a wolf wore when dinner dropped in unexpectedly. Although her eyes were blue, it was a blue that was as blanched as her skin, so that it almost seemed that she might be blind. But the way those eyes deliberately took Rachel in left no doubt that this was a woman who could not only see just fine in the light, but probably in pitch darkness as well. "This had better be worth it," the man behind Rachel said. "The little brat stabbed me in my leg." Rachel glared back over her shoulder. She didn't know the man's name. He had never bothered to tell her. Ever since capturing her, he'd spoken very little, in fact, as if she were not someone but something, an inanimate object that he had merely collected. The way he'd treated her made her feel like she was nothing more than a sack of grain thrown over the back of his saddle. But at that moment, the grief, fear, thirst, and hunger during the long journey were only dim annoyances in the back of her mind.
"You killed Chase," she said. "You deserve more than I did."
The woman frowned.
Who?
"The man with her."
Ah, him, the woman in black said. And you killed him?
She sounded only mildly curious.
Are you certain? Did you bury him?
He shrugged.
I guess he's dead. Men don't recover from such wounds. The spell concealed me well enough, just as you promised it would. So he never even noticed I was there. I didn't take the time to stop and bury him, though, since I knew you wanted me back as soon as possible.
Her thin smile widened. Coming ever closer, she finally reached out and ran her long, bony fingers back through his thick hair. Her ghostly blue eyes studied him intently.
Very good, Samuel, she cooed. Very good.
Samuel looked like a hound that was getting scratched behind the ears.
Thank you, mistress. And you brought the rest of it?
He nodded eagerly. A smile warmed his face. Rachel had thought him a cold-looking man, maybe because of his strange golden eyes, but when he smiled, it seemed to mask his nature. With that smile, he was a better-looking man than most, although to Rachel he was, and always would be, a monster. A warm smile wasn't going to change what he had done. Samuel seemed suddenly in a good mood. Rachel hadn't ever seen him this happy, although much of the time she'd been in a sack tied over the back of his horse, so she supposed that she didn't really know if he'd been in a good mood or not. She didn't really care. She just wanted him dead. He had killed Chase, the best thing that had ever happened in Rachel's entire life. Chase was the best man who had ever lived. Chase had taken her in after she'd escaped from Queen Melena, the castle at Tamarang, and that terrible Princess Violet. Chase had loved her and had taken care of her. He taught her things about taking care of herself. He had a family he loved, and who loved and needed him. But now they had all lost him. Chase was so big and so good with his weapons that Rachel hadn't thought that anyone could ever defeat him, especially not a man by himself. But Samuel had appeared like a ghost and run Chase through while he slept. Run him through with that beautiful sword that Rachel just knew couldn't belong to him. She hated to think of how he had gotten that sword, and who else he'd hurt with it. Samuel stood looking like an idiot, his arms hanging, his shoulders slumped, as the woman ran her fingers back through his hair, whispering comforting, fawning words. It seemed completely unlike him. Up until then, Samuel had always seemed confident and sure of himself. He always made it clear to Rachel that he was in charge. He always knew exactly what he wanted. In the presence of this woman, though, he was different. Rachel half expected his tongue to hang out and for him to start drooling.
You said you brought the rest of it, Samuel?
She said in her hissy voice. Yes. He lifted an arm back toward the light. It's on the horse.
Well, don't leave it out there, the woman said, her voice taking on an impatient edge. Go and get it. Yes, right away.
He seemed only too eager to do her bidding and scurried off. Rachel watched him rushing back through the cave, making his way over rocks that lay in his path, sometimes using his hands on the ground for balance, hurrying past the creepy gallery of drawings and toward the cave entrance. She noticed then light flickering on the dark walls. When she heard the sputtering sizzle, she realized that it was light from a torch. She turned back around to see someone else carrying a torch appearing out of the darkness. Rachel's jaw dropped. It was Princess Violet.
Well, if it isn't the orphan Rachel come back to us.
Violet said as she stuck the torch in a bracket on the rock wall before taking up a place beside the woman in black. Rachel's eyes felt like they might pop out of her head. She couldn't seem to make her mouth close. Her voice had fled down into the pit of her stomach.
Why, Violet, dear, I do believe you've scared the little thing witless. Lose your tongue, little one?
Princess Violet was the one who had lost her tongue. But now it was back. Somehow, as impossible as it seemed, it was back.
Princess Violet?
Violet's back stiffened as she straightened her broad shoulders. She seemed to be half again as big as the last time Rachel had seen her. She was meteor-looking, older-looking.
Queen Violet now?
Rachel blinked in astonishment.
Queen?
Violet smiled in a way that could have frozen a bonfire.
Yes, that's right, Queen. My mother, you see, was murdered when that man, Richard, escaped. It was his doing. He is responsible for my mother's death, for the death of our beloved former queen. He brought us all nothing but grief and terrible times.
She heaved a sigh.
Things have changed. I am queen now.
Rachel couldn't make it work in her head. Queen. It all seemed impossible. Mostly, though, it was dumbfounding that Violet could again speak after having lost her tongue. A humorless smile spread on Violet's lips as her brow drew down.
Kneel before your queen.
Rachel couldn't seem to make sense of the words. Violet's hand came out of nowhere, striking Rachel so hard that it knocked her sprawling.
Kneel before your queen!
Violet's shriek echoed back and forth in blackness. Gasping in pain and shock, Rachel held one hand to the side of her face as she struggled to her knees. She felt warm blood running down her chin. Violet was a lot stronger than before. The painful slap was like her past slamming right back down on her, as if everything had been a dream and she was waking again to the nightmare of her former life. She was all alone again, with no Giller, no Richard, no Chase to help her. She was again helpless before Violet, without a friend in the world. Violet's smile had vanished. As she stared down at Rachel kneeling before her, her eyes narrowed in a way that made Rachel have to swallow.
He attacked me, you know. Back when he was Seeker, Richard attacked me, hurt me for no reason.
She planted her fists on her hips.
He hurt me bad, attacked and hurt a child. My jaw was broken, my teeth were shattered, my tongue was severed, just as he had once promised to do. I was left mute.
Her voice lowered into a growl that chilled Rachel to the bone.
But that was the least of my suffering.
Violet took a breath to calm herself. With the palms of her hands, she smoothed down her pink satin dress at the hips.
None of my mother's advisers were any help. They were bumbling fools when it came down to doing anything worthwhile. They offered endless potions and poultices and aromas and incantations. They said prayers and made offerings to the good spirits. They applied leeches and hot jars. None of it worked. My mother was buried without me there. I was unconscious at the time. Not even the stars had anything to say about my condition or chances. The advisers mostly stood around wringing their hands and probably plotting who would steal the crown when I finally died. I suspect that if it wasn't soon, then one of them would have helped me along into the afterlife with my mother. I heard their worried whispers about me becoming queen.
Violet took another calming breath.
In the middle of my nightmare of pain and suffering, of anguish and grief, of my growing concern about being murdered, 6 arrived and helped me.
She gestured up at the woman standing beside her.
Just when I needed it most, 6 came along and helped save me, helped save the crown and Tamarang itself when no one else could or would.
But, Rachel stammered,
you're not old enough to be a queen."
She knew it was a mistake the instant the words had left her tongue, before her better judgment had time to stop them. Violet's other hand whipped around, slapping Rachel across the other cheek. Violet seized her by the hair and roughly pulled her back up onto her knees. Rachel cupped a hand to the new throbbing ache and with the other hand wiped blood from her mouth. Violet shrugged, indifferent to the pain and blood she had caused.
"Anyway, I grew up in the last few years. I'm no longer the child I was back then, the child you still think of me being back when you lived here enjoying our kindness and generosity."
Rachel didn't think that Violet had grown up enough to be a queen, but she knew better than to say so again. She also knew better than to think of enslavement as kindness.
"Six helped me as I recovered. She saved me."
Rachel stared up at the pale, smiling face.
"I offered my services. Violet welcomed me into the castle. Her mother's advisors certainly weren't doing her any good."
"Six used her power to heal my broken and grossly infected jaw. I had grown weak from only being able to sip a thin broth. With Six's help, I was at last able to begin to eat again and recover my strength. New teeth even came in. I don't suppose that anyone ever grew a third set of teeth before, yet I did. But still I could not speak, so when I was well enough, strong enough, Six used her remarkable powers to grow me a new tongue."
Her fists tightened at her sides.
"The tongue that I lost because of the Seeker."
"The former Seeker,"
Six corrected under her breath.
"The former Seeker,"
Violet acknowledged, considerably calmer. A smug smile returned to Violet's plump face. It was a smile that Rachel knew all too well.
"And now you have been brought back."
Her tongue expressed a threat that her words hadn't named.
"What about all the others?"
Rachel asked, trying to buy time to think.
"All the Queen's advisors."
"I am the Queen."
It seemed that, along with the rest of her, Violet's temper had gotten bigger as well. A gentle touch on the back from Six brought a brief glance up and a smile to Violet's face. She again took a calming breath, almost as if she had been reminded to watch her manners. She finally answered Rachel's question.
"I have no need for my mother's advisors. They were, after all, worthless. Six fills that role now, and does so much better than any of those fools. After all, none of them could grow me a new tongue, now could they?"
Rachel glanced up at Six. The wolf's grin was back. The ghostly blue eyes seemed to be staring right into Rachel's naked soul.
"Such a thing was far beyond their abilities,"
the woman said in a quiet voice, but one that carried the undertone of profound power.
"However, it was well within mine."
Rachel wondered if Violet had ordered all the advisors put to death. The last time Rachel had been at the castle, Violet, at her mother's side, was just beginning to order executions. Now that she was queen with Six to back her, there would be nothing to restrain Violet's whims.
"Six gave me my tongue back, gave me my voice back. The Seeker thought he had taken all of that from me, but now I have it back. Tamarang is safely in my hands."
Had it not been so frightening a thought, so horrifying a concept, Rachel might have laughed at the very idea of Violet being queen. Rachel had been Violet's playmate, her companion, really nothing more than her personal slave. Violet's mother, Queen Milena, had gotten Rachel from an orphanage, intending her to be someone upon whom Violet could practice leadership, someone younger whom Violet could easily handle and abuse. Rachel had not only escaped, she had taken Queen Milena's precious box of Orden with her, eventually giving it over to Richer and Zed and Chase. That had been a long time back. Violet looked to be about in her middle teens by now, although Rachel wasn't good at guessing older people's ages. She was a lot bigger than the last time Rachel had seen her. That much was for sure. Her dull hair was even longer. Her bones had gotten heavier, thicker. Like the rest of her, her face was still plump, but with those small, dark, calculating eyes. It had lost its childlike quality. Her chest was no longer flat either, but had grown womanly. She looked like an adult just about to emerge from her cocoon. She had always been much older than Rachel, but now she seemed to have spurted up and widened the gap. Even so, she didn't seem anywhere near old enough to be a queen. But queen she was. Rachel's knees, naked against the rock, were hurting something fierce. She didn't dare ask to get up, though. Instead, she asked a question. "Violet." Smack! Before she had time to think, Violet had struck, seemingly out of nowhere, as if she had been waiting for an excuse. Rachel's vision swam sickeningly. It felt like the blow might have knocked teeth loose. Rachel gingerly felt with her tongue before she was sure they were all still in place.
"Queen, Violet," Violet growled. "Don't make that mistake again, or you will be put to torture as an instigator of treason."
Rachel swallowed back the lump of terror.
"Yes, Queen Violet."
Violet smiled at the triumph. She was indeed the queen. Rachel knew that Violet had a taste for only the most exquisite things, the most elaborate decoration, whether it be draperies or dishes, the most beautiful dresses, and the most precious jewels. She insisted on surrounding herself with the best of everything, and that had been back when she'd only been a princess. That made it seem all the stranger that she would be in a cave.
"Queen Violet, what are you doing in this awful place?"
Violet stared down at her a moment, then waggled what looked like a piece of chalk before Rachel's face.
"My heritage, my inheritance."
Rachel didn't understand.
"Your what?"
"My gift."
She shrugged offhandedly. "Well, not exactly the gift, but something akin to it. You see, I come from a long line of artists. You remember James, the court artist?"
Rachel nodded.
"He had only one hand."
"Yes," Violet drawled.
"A man a little too forward for his own good. Just because he was a relative of the Queen, he thought that he could get away with certain indiscretions. He was wrong."
Rachel blinked.
"Relative?" "Distant cousin or something like that. He shared some little trace of the royal bloodline. That exceptional bloodline carries a unique gift for artistry. The family of the rulers of Tamarang still carry the thread of that ancient talent. My mother didn't have the ability, but through that bloodline it turns out that she did pass it along to me. At the time, though, the only one we knew of who still had that rare talent was James. Thus it came to be that he served as the court artist, served the crown, my mother, Queen Milena. The previous seeker, Richard, before he caused the trouble that resulted in the murder of my mother, also murdered James. Our land was for the first time in history without the services of an artist to protect the crown. At the time, we weren't aware that I, in fact, carry the ancient talent."
She gestured to the tall woman beside her.
Six saw it in me, though. She told me of my remarkable ability. She has been helping me learn to use it, guiding me in my art lessons. A lot of people were opposed to me becoming queen, some even among the crown's highest advisers. Fortunately, Six told me of the covert plots.
She lifted the chalk before Rachel's face.
The traitors found drawings of themselves down here on these walls. I made sure that everyone knows what happens to traitors. With that, and with Six's help and counsel, I became queen. People no longer dare oppose me."
When she had lived at the castle before, Rachel had thought that Violet was dangerous in the extreme. She'd had no idea at the time just how much more dangerous she would become. Rachel felt a sense of crushing hopelessness. Violet and Six glanced up when they heard Samuel rushing back in. Fearing that Violet was liable to whack her again, Rachel decided not to turn and look. She could hear Samuel panting, though, as he got close. Violet swished her hand, commanding Rachel aside and out of the way. Rachel immediately scrambled to comply, only too happy to be out of the reach of Violet's arm, if not her authority. Samuel had a leather bag held closed with a drawstring. He set the bag down carefully and opened it. He looked up at Six. She rolled her hand, urging him to get on with it. It appeared to be a box of some kind. When it came out of the bag, Rachel saw that it was as black as doom itself. She thought that they all very well might be sucked into that black void and vanish into the underworld. With one hand, Samuel held the sinister thing up to Six. Smiling, she lifted it out of his hand. "As promised," she said to Violet, "I present you with Queen Violet's box of Orden." Rachel remembered Queen Melena lifting that same box with the same kind of awed reverence, except that now it wasn't all covered in the silver, gold, and jewels. Zed had told Rachel that the real box of Orden had been under those jewels. This had to be that box that had all along been inside when Rachel had spirited it away from the castle, just as Wizard Giller had asked her to do. Now Giller was dead, Richard no longer had his sword, and Rachel was back in the clutches of Violet. And now Violet had herself a precious box of Orden, just as her mother had. Violet smirked. "You see, Rachel, what need have I of those old useless advisers? Could they have accomplished any of what I have accomplished? You see, unlike those weak people you threw in with, I always persevere until I succeed. That's what it takes to be a queen. I have the box of Orden back. I have you back." She waggled the chalk again. "And I will have Richard back to face his punishment." Six sighed. "Enough of this happy reunion. You have what you asked for. Samuel and I need to go have a talk about his next assignment. And you need to get back to your art lesson." Violet smiled conspiratorially. "Yes, my lesson." She glared down at Rachel. "There is an iron box waiting for you back at the castle. And then there is the matter of your punishment." Six bowed her head. "I will be off then, my queen." Violet flicked her hand in a gesture of dismissal. Six grasped Samuel's upper arm and started away with him. He had to watch his balance to keep his footing as he stepped over and around rocks. Six seemed to glide through the dim light without any trouble at all. "Come along," Violet said in the kind of pretend cheerful tone that made Rachel's blood run cold. "You can watch me draw." As Violet grabbed the torch, Rachel stood on wobbly legs, then followed her queen, the light of the flagging flame illuminating walls covered with endless drawings of terrible things being done to people. There was not a spot on the walls that didn't have some sort of horrific scene. Rachel missed Chase something fierce, missed his reassurance, his smile when she had done a lesson well, his comforting hand on her shoulder. She loved him so much. And Samuel had killed him, killed all her hopes and dreams. She felt numb despair as she followed Violet deeper into the darkness, deeper into the madness. Chapter 22. Nietzsche spotted Richard far off down the long rampart, standing at the crenellated outer wall not far from the base of a soaring tower, gazing out over the deserted city far below. Twilight had muted the colors of the dying day, turning the distant rolling summer green fields to gray. Kara stood not far from his side, silent but watchful. Nietzsche knew Richard well enough that she could easily read the heightened tension in his body. She knew Kara well enough to see the reflection of that stress lurking in her intently calm appearance. Nietzsche pressed a fist over the knot of anxiety tightening in her middle. Overhead, the slate-gray clouds roiled, spitting an occasional fat drop of rain. Distant thunder rumbled through the mountain passes, promising a tempestuous night to come. Despite the dark, seething clouds, the air was strangely still. The heat of the day had abruptly vanished, as if fleeing before the storm that was about to break. As she came to a stop, Nietzsche rested a hand on the crenellated wall and took a deep breath of the humid air.
Rika said that you needed to see me. She said it was urgent.
Richard looked the match for the brewing storm. I have to leave, at once. Nietzsche had somehow expected just that. She glanced past Richard to Kara, but the moored Sith showed no reaction. Richard had been brooding for days. He'd been quietly distant as he considered everything he had learned from Jebra and Shota. Zed had advised Nietzsche to leave him to his deliberation. Nietzsche had not needed such advice. She probably knew his darker moods better than anyone.
I'm going with you, she said, making it clear that she was leaving no room for discussion.
He nodded absently. It will be good to have you with me, especially for this. Nietzsche was relieved not to have him argue, but the knot of anxiety tightened over the last part of what he'd said. There was a palpable sense of danger in the air. At that moment, her concern was to ensure that, whatever he was about to do, he was as well protected as she could manage.
And Kara is going too.
Still, he gazed off into the distance. Of course. She realized that he was looking south.
Now that Tom and Friedrich are back, Tom will insist on coming along as well. His talents will be valuable.
Tom was a member of an elite corps of protectors to the Lord Rahl. Despite his amiable appearance, Tom was more than formidable in his duty. Men like him were not advanced to such trusted positions of protection to the Lord Rahl because they had nice smiles. Like other Daharan protectors to the Lord Rahl, Tom had come to feel passionately about his duty to protect Richard. He can't come with us, Richard said. We're going in the Slith. Only Kara, you, and me are able to travel in the Slith.
Nietzsche swallowed at the thought of such a journey. And where are we going, Richard?
At long last, his gray eyes turned to her. He gazed into her eyes with that way he had about him, as if he was looking into her soul. I've figured it out, he said.
You figured what out?
What I must do.
Nietzsche could feel her fingers tingling with a shapeless dread. The look of terrible resolve in his gray eyes made her knees weak. And what is that you must do, Richard? He puzzled a moment.
Did I ever tell you thanks for stopping Shota when you did? When she was touching me? Nietzsche was not disconcerted by Richard's abrupt change of topic. She had learned that it was Richard's way. It was especially characteristic when he was greatly troubled. The more agitated he was, it seemed that there were all the more things going on in his head at the same time, as if his thoughts were in a whirlwind of inner activity that pulled everything up into that tumultuous rush of deliberation.
You told me, Richard.
About 100 times. He nodded slightly. Well, thanks. His voice had turned absent, distant, as he descended back into the dark depths of some inner equation upon which the future hinged.
She was doing something painful to you, wasn't she?
It was not a question, but a statement that Nietzsche had come to believe more and more in the days following Shota's visit. Nietzsche didn't know what Shota had done, but she wished she had not allowed even that brief touch. There was no telling how much the witch woman could have conveyed in that touch, even as abbreviated as it had been. Lightning, after all, was brief as well.
Richard had never said what Shota had shown him, but it was ground that Nietzsche, for some reason, feared to tread upon. Richard heaved a sigh. Yes, she was. She was showing me the truth. That truth is, in part, how I've come to understand at last what it is I must do, as much as I dread it. When he drifted into silence, Nietzsche patiently prodded him. So, what have you figured out you must do? Richard's fingers tightened on the stone as he looked out again over the darkening countryside far below, and then to the somber jumble of mountains rising up beyond. I was right in the beginning. His gaze turned to Kara. Right when I took you and Kahlan away to the mountains far back in Westland. Kara frowned. I remember you saying that we were going back into those deserted mountains because you had come to understand that we could not win the war by fighting the army of the Imperial Order. You said that you could not lead them in such a battle, that they were sure to lose. Richard nodded. And I was right. I know that now. We can't win against their army. Shota helped me to see that. She may have been trying to convince me that I must fight that battle, but in part, because of all that she and Jebra showed me, I know now that we can't win it. Now I know what I must do. And what would that be? Nietzsche pressed. Richard finally pushed away from the stone Merlin. We have to go. I don't have time to lay it all out right now. Nietzsche started after him. I threw some things together. They're ready. Richard, why can't you tell me what you've decided? I will, he said. Later. You're wasting your time, Kara said under her breath to Nietzsche as she fell in with her behind Richard. I've already paddled up that creek until I got too tired to paddle any more. Richard, hearing Kara's remark, took Nietzsche by the arm and pulled her forward. I'm not finished thinking it all through. I need to finish putting it all together. I'll explain it when we get there. Explain it to everyone. But right now we don't have the time, all right? Get where? Nietzsche asked. To the Daharan army. Jagang's main force will soon be heading up into Dahara. I have to tell our army that we have no chance to win the battle that is coming for them. That ought to cheer their day, Kara said. Nothing makes a soldier feel better on the eve of battle than their leader telling them that they are about to lose the battle and die. You want me to tell them a lie instead, he asked. Kara's only answer was a scowl. At the end of the rampart, Richard pulled open the heavy oak door at the base of the tower. Inside was a room where some of the lamps were already lit. Nietzsche could hear people rushing up the stone steps to the side. Richard! It was Zed following behind the big blonde-headed Daharan, Tom. Richard halted, waiting for his grandfather to reach the top of the steps and make it into the simple stone room. Zed rushed closer, gulping air. Richard, what's going on? Rika came by in a rush, saying that you were leaving. Richard nodded. I wanted you to know that I've got to go, but I won't be gone for long. I'll be back in a few days. Hopefully, in the meantime, you and Nathan and Anne can find out something in the books that will be helpful with the chain fire spell. Maybe you can even work on coming up with some solution to the contamination from the chimes. Zed waved irritably at the suggestion. While we're at it, would you like me to cure the sky of that thunderstorm? Zed, don't be angry with me, please. I have to go. All right, but where are you going and why? I'm ready, Lord Raoul, Tom said as he hurried into the room. I'm sorry, Richard told him, but you can't go. We're going to need to go in the Sliff. Zed threw his arms up in the air. The Sliff? You do your best to convince me that magic is failing, and now you intend to put your life in the hands of a creature of magic? Are you losing your mind, Richard? What's going on? I'm aware of the danger, but I must take the risk. Richard gestured. You know that starburst symbol on the door of the first Wizard's Enclave up there? When Zed nodded, Richard tapped the top of his silver wristband. It's the same as this one here.
What about it?
Zed asked. Remember, I told you that it has meaning? It's an admonition not to allow your vision to lock on any one thing. It's a warning to look everywhere at once, to see nothing to the exclusion of everything else. It means you mustn't allow the enemy to draw your attention and make you focus on what he wishes you to see. If you do, you will be blind to everything else. That's what I've been doing. Jagang has been forcing everyone, to focus on one thing. Like a fool, I've been doing just that.
His army, Nietzsche guessed. That's what you mean? That we've all been focusing on his invasion force?
That's right. This starburst means that you must open to all there is, never settling on just one thing, even when cutting your enemy. It means that instead of focusing on one thing, you must open your mind to everything, even when it is necessary to keep that one central threat at the center of your attention. Zed cocked his head.
Richard, you've got to focus on the threat that's about to kill you. His army is millions of men strong. They're coming to crush all opposition and enslave us all.
I know. That's why we can't fight them. We will lose. Zed's face went crimson.
So you propose to allow their army to roll into the New World unopposed? Your plan is to let Jagang's army freely overrun cities and allow to happen all the things Jebra told us had happened in Ebenesia? You want to so easily allow all those people to be slaughtered or enslaved?
Think of the solution, Richard reminded his grandfather, not the problem.
Not very comforting advice to those having their throats cut.
Richard froze and stared at his grandfather, seemingly struck silent by Zed's words. Look, Richard finally said, running his fingers back through his hair, I don't have time for this right now. I'll talk to you about it when I get back. Time is of the essence. I've already wasted far too much of it. I only hope that we still have enough time left.
Enough time for what? Zed roared.
Nietzsche heard footsteps rushing up the stairwell. Jebra dashed into the room.
What's going on?
She asked Zed. Page 232. Zed waved a hand in Richard's direction.
My grandson has decided that we must lose the war, that we must not fight Jagang's army.
Lord Ral, you can't be serious, she said. You can't seriously consider allowing those brutes...
Jebra's voice trailed off as she stepped forward, peering up at Richard. She stilled in mid-stride. She staggered back a step. The blood drained from her face. Her jaw dropped open. Her jaw trembled as she tried without success to bring forth words. Her features slackened with dread. Her blue eyes rolled back in her head as she fainted. As she toppled back, Tom caught her in his arms and laid her gently on the granite floor. Everyone closed in around the unconscious woman. What happened? Tom asked.
I don't know,
Zed said as he knelt down beside the woman, pressing his fingers to her forehead.
She's fainted, but I'm not sure why.
Richard headed for the door that opened to the iron stairs running down the inside of the tower. I'll leave you to take care of her, Zed. You're the expert at healing. She's in good hands. I can't afford to waste any more time right now. He turned back from the doorway. I'll be back as soon as I can. Promise. We shouldn't be more than a few days.
But Richard...
He had already started down the iron steps. I'll be back, he called up at them, his voice echoing from the gloom. Without hesitation, Kara followed after him down into the dark tower. Nietzsche didn't want to let him get too far without her, but she knew that he would have to call the sliff, so she had a few moments. As Zed checked different spots on Jebra's head, Nietzsche squatted down beside the unconscious Jebra, across from him. Nietzsche felt the woman's brow. She's burning up. Zed looked up in a way that nearly stopped Nietzsche's heart.
It's a vision.
How do you know?
I know about seers in general, and this one in particular. She's had a powerful vision. Jebra is more sensitive than most seers. Her emotions, with a certain kind of vision, sometimes overcome her. This vision had to have been something that was so powerful it rendered her unconscious.
Do you think it was about Richard?
There's no way to tell, the old wizard said. She will have to be the one to tell us.
Zed may not have been willing to venture a guess, but Jebra looked up into Richard's eyes just before she fainted. Nietzsche didn't have time to be discreet. She couldn't allow Richard to leave without her, and she knew that he would if she wasn't there when he was ready to go. But at the same time, she couldn't leave without knowing if Jebra had had a vision about him that could reveal something important. Nietzsche slipped her hand under the woman's neck, pressing her fingers to the base of Jebra's skull.
"What are you doing?" Zed asked suspiciously. "If you're doing what I think you are, that's not just reckless, but dangerous."
"So is ignorance," Nietzsche said, as she released a flow of power. Jebra's eyes popped open. She gasped.
"No." There, Zed comforted. "It's all right, my dear. We're right here with you."
"What did you see?" Nietzsche asked, getting right to the point. Jebra's panicked eyes turned to Nietzsche. She reached up and snatched the collar of Nietzsche's dress.
"Don't leave him alone."
There was no need for Nietzsche to ask who Jebra was talking about.
"Why? What did you see?"
"Don't leave him alone. Don't let him out of your sight. Not for an instant."
"Why?" Nietzsche asked again. "What will happen if he is left alone?"
"If you leave him alone, he will be lost to us."
"How? What did you see?" Jebra reached up, and with both fists pulled Nietzsche's face closer.
"Go. Don't let him be alone. What I saw does not matter. If he's not alone, then it can't happen. Do you understand? If you let him get separated from you and Kara, it will not matter what I saw. It won't matter for any of us. I can't tell you the means of separation, only that no matter what, you must not let it happen. That's all that's important. Go. Stay with him."
Nietzsche swallowed as she nodded.
"You'd better do as she says," Zed told Nietzsche. "There's nothing I can do in this. It's up to you."
He reached out and grasped her hand, not as first wizard, but as Richard's grandfather.
"Stay with him, Nietzsche. Protect him. In so many ways, he's the Seeker, the Lord Rahl, the leader of the Daharan Empire. But in other ways, he's still a woods guide at heart. He's our Richard. Protect him, please. We're all depending on you."
Nietzsche stared at him, at an appeal that seemed unexpectedly personal, an appeal that seemed to rise above all the wider needs of protecting the freedom of the New World and reduced it all to a simple love for Richard the man. She understood in that instant that without the sincere and simple concern for Richard as an individual, none of the rest of it mattered. As she started to rise, Jebra pulled Nietzsche back down.
"This is not a maybe kind of vision, a possibility. This is certain. Don't let him be alone, or he will be at their mercy."
"Whose mercy?" Jebra bit her lower lip as her blue eyes welled up with tears.
"The Dark Witch."
Nietzsche felt a shudder of icy dread ripple up her shoulders.
"Go," Jebra whispered. "Please go. Hurry. Don't let him leave without you."
Nietzsche sprang up and rushed across the room. At the doorway, she paused and turned back. Her heart was pounding so hard that it made her sway on her feet.
"I swear, Zed, he will have my protection as long as I draw breath."
She watched as Zed nodded, a tear running down his weathered cheek.
"Hurry."
Nietzsche turned and ran down the iron steps, taking them two at a time, her footfalls echoing around the enormous tower. She wondered what else Jebra saw in her vision that awaited Richard if he became separated from them, if he was left alone. But in the end, Nietzsche decided that it didn't really matter what that visionary fate was. It only mattered that, no matter what, Nietzsche not allow it to happen. Bats fluttered in undulating clouds up through the tower, funneling out through the open windows at the top, intent on their nightly hunt as Nietzsche raced down the steps. The rushing sound of thousands of webbed wings made it seem the tower was exhaling in a long, low moan. She passed iron doors on landings without pause. She sometimes had to snatch the rail to keep her footing. At the bottom, she raced around the walkway that surrounded the fetid water standing at the bottom of the tower. The black water rippled as small creatures slipped into the inky sanctuary. Nietzsche ran in through the doorway that had been blasted open when Richard had destroyed the great barrier that had once separated the old world from the new. The towers that powered that barrier had stood since the Great War 3,000 years before. In more recent times, Jagang and his army of the Imperial Order had been kept at bay, unable to cross that barrier. But Richard had destroyed those towers in order to be able to return to the New World after having been held at the Palace of the Prophets, and as a result, the Imperial Order had been loosed on the New World. The war was not Richard's fault, but it could not have been rekindled without that act. Richard and Kara were standing, waiting, on the wall of the great well of the Sliff, the creature that had been walled away along with the old world for all the time that the great barrier had stood. Behind Richard and Kara, the quicksilver face of the Sliff watched Nietzsche as she hurried into the room. "Do you wish to travel?" the Sliff asked in that eerie voice that echoed around the room. "Yes, I wish to travel," Nietzsche said breathlessly as she scooped up her pack. Kara must have put it there for her. "Thanks," she said to the moored Sith. Richard held his hand out as Nietzsche slipped an arm through a strap and lifted the pack onto her back. "Come on." Nietzsche took his hand, letting him hoist her up onto the wall with one mighty pull. Nietzsche's heart felt as if it was coming up into her throat. She had traveled before, so she knew the overwhelming ecstasy of the experience. And yet, she could not help being afraid to breathe in the living quicksilver of the Sliff. Such a concept just went against the very idea of the breath of life. "You will be pleased," the Sliff said as Nietzsche joined the others. Nietzsche didn't argue. "Let's go," Richard said. "I wish to travel." A shiny arm lifted out of the pool to surround Richard and Kara, but not Nietzsche. "Wait," Nietzsche said. "I must go with them." The Sliff stilled. "Listen to me, Richard. You have to take Kara and my hands. Don't let go for anything." "Nietzsche, you've done this before. It will be—" "Listen. Kara and I are trusting you, and you have to trust us. You can't get separated from us. Not for anything. Not for so much as an instant. If that happens, then you are lost to us. If that happens, then whatever you have planned won't happen." Richard studied her face silently for a moment. "Did Jebra have a vision of something happening?" "Only if you get separated from us. Only if you are alone." "What did she see?" "The witch woman, Six. Jebra called her the Dark Witch." Richard studied her face a moment. "Shota is going after Six." "That may be, but Six has already usurped Shota's authority in her own territory." "Maybe for the moment, but I'd not want to be her when Shota catches her. Shota covered her throne with the hide of the last person who came to take her home, and he was a wizard." "I don't doubt how dangerous Shota is, but we don't know how dangerous Six is. The gift is different in different individuals. Shota could, in the end, turn out to be no match for Six's ability. I do know that the Sisters of the Dark were afraid of her. Jebra had a terrible vision, and says that you must not be allowed to be alone. I don't intend to allow her vision any chance to come to pass." He must have read the resolve in Nietzsche's face, because he nodded. "All right." He took her hand, and then took Kara's. "Don't let go, then, and then we won't have to worry about it." Nietzsche squeezed his hand in agreement. She leaned past him to address Kara. "Do you understand? We can't let him out of our sight, not for an instant." Kara's brow drew down in a dark frown. "Since when have I ever wanted to allow him out of my sight?" "Where do you wish to travel?" the Sliff asked. Nietzsche glanced to Richard and Kara and realized that the question was directed to her. "To where they are going." The silver face turned sly. "I cannot reveal what my other clients do when they are in me. Tell me what you wish, and I will please you." Nietzsche twitched a frown at Richard. "She never reveals anything about anyone else. It's a kind of professional confidence. We're going to the People's Palace." "The People's Palace," Nietzsche said. "I wish to travel to the People's Palace." "She's going with Kara and me," Richard told the Sliff. "To the same place. Do you understand? She is to stay with us as we travel there." "Yes, master. We will travel." The face, looking like a highly polished statue, smiled. "You will be pleased." The liquid silver arm tightened around all three of them, drawing them off the wall. Nietzsche's hand tightened on Richard's. As they plunged into the total darkness of the Sliff, Nietzsche held her breath. She knew she had to breathe, but the very idea of breathing the silvery liquid terrified her. "Breathe." At last she did, a desperate gasp drawing the Sliff into her lungs. Colors, lights, and shapes melted together all around her in a spectacular display. Nietzsche tightly held Richard's hand as they glided into the silken distance. It was a glorious, lazy, floating sensation of a headlong rush at impossible speed. She drew in another dizzying breath of the Sliff's essence. It was a glorious release from everything that haunted her, from the crushing weight of her soul. She was left with only that connection to Richard. There was nothing else. There was no one else. It was rapture. She never wanted it to end. Chapter 23. Kahlan watched as the three sisters peered into the distance, watching for any movement. With the sun going down, the shadows were beginning to melt together into a gloomy haze. At the horizon to the south, a sliver of fading daylight shone beneath menacing gray clouds that towered into a dark violet sky. The cloud tops were touched by a wash of red light that lent the evening an odd, dreamlike quality. The sky in this place, so often filled with monumental, billowing clouds, seemed overpoweringly immense, leaving Kahlan feeling tiny and insignificant. The flat plains to the south stretched endlessly to the lonely horizon. Little vegetation grew in such a desolate place, and what did grow was found mostly in the low-lying places. The clouds sweeping across the landscape dragged columns of rain, but as vast as the place was, the rains never seemed any more than a distant, isolated phenomenon. Kahlan suspected that if one were to stand in the same spot for a year waiting for one of those random showers to pass overhead, it would likely not happen. The barren landscape made life seem fragile and forlorn. Only the mountains to the north and east seemed able to comb rain from the parade of clouds. As a result, the trees didn't venture down from their mountain refuge. When the horses snorted and stamped their hooves, Kahlan pulled the reins tighter and absently rubbed one of the animals under its jaw to reassure it that all was well. The horse gently nudged her, wanting more. As she waited, Kahlan turned away from the haunting desolation and gave the horse a more attentive scratch. In the distance, she could see where the wall of mountains dwindled into a massive headland. That headland, like the tail of some sleeping beast, looked to be the southern tip of the mountains they had been following south. Kahlan wished she were back in those mountains. The mountains gave her a sense of sanctuary, probably because, unlike the open plains, she didn't feel like anyone for miles around could see her. Out on the plain, she felt naked and exposed. She realized that she didn't really know why she should feel that way, since she could hardly be in a worse circumstance than being a forgotten slave to the sisters. Kahlan thought that she could see what looked like buildings up on the distant headland. If her eyes weren't tricking her, the buildings looked like they were probably no more than ruins. If they really were buildings, then few of the structures appeared to have roofs. What at first made no sense finally began to when she considered if what might have been walls had actually crumbled long ago. That would explain the odd shapes. She didn't see any sign of people. They, too, were probably long forgotten. Even if they really were abandoned buildings, long deserted places made the sisters no less wary than everything else did. Their wariness seemed to be born of a sense of complete and total dominion nearly within their grasp. In this place, though, Kahlan shared their edginess. The three sisters had been silent for most of the day, speaking only when necessary. The back of Kahlan's shoulder still throbbed in pain where Sister Ulysses had unexpectedly struck her. It had not been punishment for any transgression, real or imagined, but rather had been delivered with a stern warning not to cause any trouble. The sisters sometimes sought to express their superiority over others, even if it was by showing that they could hurt Kahlan just because they wanted to. She had to school her thoughts, lest one of the sisters pick up on what Kahlan thought of her treatment. She'd swallowed her dignity along with her thoughts and simply said, "Yes, sister." Kahlan didn't think that it was a good idea to go stumbling around in the dark, especially when they were beginning to come upon a landscape deeply rutted and eroded in places by runoff from the high ground. The horses could easily break a leg in such conditions. But in their ambition to get to Casca, the sisters hadn't wanted to stop when evening had begun to engulf them. What the sisters wanted, the sisters got. Kahlan wasn't looking forward to eventually setting up camp in the dark. "I think there's someone out there," Sister Armina said in a quiet voice as she stared out into the darkness. "I sense something, too," Sister Cecilia murmured. Sister Armina glanced over expectantly. "Maybe it's Tovey." "Could be nothing more than a wild mule." Sister Ulysses didn't appear to be in a mood to stand around speculating. "Come on." She glanced back at Kahlan. "Stay close." "Yes, sister," Kahlan said. She handed the sisters the reins to her horses. Sister Cecilia, older than the rest of them, grunted with the effort of swinging her tired muscles up into her saddle. "My memories of the rare maps down in the vaults of the Palace of the Prophets tell me that we should be getting close to the place." "I recall seeing that ancient map," Sister Ulysses said, once seated atop her horse. "It called this place the Deep Nothing. That would mean that it has to be Casca up on that distant headland?" Sister Armina heaved an impatient sigh as she urged her horse on after the others. "Then we will at last find Tovey here." "And when we finally join up with her," Sister Cecilia said, "she is going to have some explaining to do." Sister Armina gestured off toward the distant headland. "You know Tovey, always ignoring what she's supposed to do because she thinks she knows best. She's the most obstinate woman I've ever met." As far as Kahlan was concerned, Armina had little room to talk. "We'll see how obstinate she is when I have my fingers around her throat," Sister Cecilia said. Sister Armina urged her horse up beside Sister Ulysses. "You don't think she could be up to no good, do you, Ulysses?" "Tovey?" Sister Ulysses glanced back over her shoulder. "No, not really. She may be exasperating at times, but she has the same goal as do the rest of us. Besides, she knows as well as we do that we need all three of the boxes. She knows what's involved and what's at stake. We will soon have the 3 boxes all back together again. That's all that really matters. And we will already be in Casca, so I suppose it wouldn't really have done us any good to catch up with Tovey before now. We still would have had to come here anyway." "But why would she have taken off the way she did?" Sister Cecilia pressed. Sister Ulysses shrugged. Unlike the other two, she seemed to be somewhat at ease now that Casca was in sight. "It could be nothing more than she discovered Imperial Order troops nearby, and she simply wanted to avoid any possibility of trouble, so she left the area. She probably was using her head, that's all. She knew we had to come here. She probably saw a chance to slip away and took it. We're better served by such caution. She was, in the end, going to where we planned on going all along, so I don't really see what mischief she could be up to." "I suppose," Sister Cecilia seemed somewhat disappointed not to have a villain upon whom to fixate her anger. They rode in silence for nearly an hour more before it became apparent to the sisters that riding over such ground in the dark might not only risk breaking a horse's leg, but one of their necks as well. As far as Kahlan could tell, they weren't much closer to the headland than they had been for most of the day. Out on the plain, distances were far greater than they appeared to be. What at first seemed to be a place only a couple of miles distant could turn out to take days to reach. The sisters, despite their eagerness to get to Casca and Tovi, were tired and ready to stop for the night. Sister Ulyssia dismounted, handing the reins to Kahlan. "Get camp set up. We're all hungry." Kahlan dipped her head. "Yes, sister." She immediately hobbled all the horses so they couldn't wander off, then made her way around to the side of the pack animals to start getting out their gear. She was dead tired, but knew that it would probably be hours before she would have a chance to get any sleep. The camp had to be set up, food had to be prepared, and then the horses had to be fed, watered, and groomed for the night. Sister Ulyssia took hold of Sister Armina's arm and pulled her close. "While we're making camp, I want you to go out there and check the area. I want to know if it's just a mule." Sister Armina nodded and immediately set out on foot into the darkness. Sister Cecilia watched Sister Armina dissolve into the night. "Do you really think it's a mule?" Sister Ulyssia cast her a dark look. "If it is a mule, it's staying the same distance away as we travel. If it's someone watching us, then Armina will find them." Kahlan pulled out the bedrolls when the sisters asked for something softer to sit on other than the bare ground. She then pulled out one of the pots so she could get some dinner started. "No fire tonight," Sister Ulyssia said when she saw Kahlan with the pot. Kahlan stared at her a moment. "What would you like for dinner then, sister?" "There is some bannock left over. We can have that and some dried meats. We can have pine nuts as well." She gazed out into the night. "I don't want a fire out here in the open, where anyone from horizon to horizon could see us. Just get out one of the smaller lanterns." Kahlan could not imagine what the sisters had to worry about. She handed Sister Armina the lantern. The sister lit it with a flick of a finger, then set it on the ground before her and Sister Ulyssia. It wasn't much light to see by as Kahlan finished unpacking, but at least it was better than nothing. There had been times in the past when patrols of soldiers happened on them. The sisters had never been especially spooked by such unexpected encounters with hostile forces. The sisters had dispatched the soldiers without any problem, or mercy. When they had run into patrols, the sisters were careful not to allow any witnesses to get away, apparently so that there wouldn't be any chance of reports getting back to the army. Kahlan supposed that it was possible that such reports could result in great numbers of angry men coming after them. The sisters didn't appear especially concerned about that possibility. It seemed more likely that they simply had business and they didn't want to be slowed for anything. Getting to Tovi and the last box was of paramount importance to them, and they had driven hard to get this far this quickly. Kahlan was somewhat surprised that they had not caught Tovi before now, especially since nothing seemed anywhere near as important to the sisters as their precious boxes. Except that they were Lord Ral's boxes. The sisters had stolen them from Richard Ral's palace. On one occasion, in their rush, they had come across a large detachment of the big Imperial Order brutes. The sisters had been impatient to get past the soldiers to get on with their business with the boxes, but the men appeared in no hurry to move on out of the way. The sisters waited until the middle of the night and then walked through the encampment of sleeping men. Any time a man saw them, one of the sisters cast out a silent spell that dispatched the man without any ado. The sisters had shown no compunction about killing any man who happened to be in their way. They moved through the camp quietly, fearlessly, deliberately. Kahlan saw a lot of men die that night. To the sisters, it had been no more eventful than stepping on ants, pestering them at camp. But that had been a long time ago, and they had not seen any troops since. The Imperial Order army was now far distant behind them, and for quite some time had no longer been a consideration. That didn't mean, however, that there couldn't be other hazards, and so the sisters were frequently as nervous as cats. Without warning, however, they could easily turn as dangerous as vipers. Long after Sister Armina returned without finding anyone about and the three sisters had eaten, Kahlan still worked to finish her chores before she was allowed to eat. She was currying the horses when she thought that she heard the soft sound of footsteps on the hard scrabble ground. The sound brought her out of her thoughts about the soldiers. Her hand with the curry brush paused. She looked over her shoulder and was startled to see a slender girl with short, dark hair standing timidly just at the edge of the faint lantern light. With the moon only occasionally peeking out from between the passing clouds, the camp was mostly left to the light of the single lantern back by the sisters, so it was hard to see, but Kahlan could see well enough to see the young woman's pale eyes staring at her. In those eyes was the clear look of cognition. The girl saw Kahlan.
"Please," the girl said.
Kahlan crossed her lips with a finger, lest the sisters hear the girl. Just like the man back at the inn, this girl saw and remembered Kahlan. Kahlan was astonished, and at the same time fearful that the same thing would happen to the girl as had happened to the man.
"Please,"
the girl repeated in a low whisper.
"May I have something to eat? I'm so hungry."
Kahlan glanced at the sisters. They were busy talking among themselves. Kahlan reached into her saddlebag in the pile near her feet and pulled out a strip of dried venison. She again crossed her lips with one finger and handed the girl the meat. The girl nodded her understanding and didn't make a sound. Taking the meat eagerly in both hands, she immediately used her teeth to rip off a bite.
"Go now," Kahlan whispered, "before they see you. Hurry."
The girl glanced up at Kahlan, then looked past her. Her eyes went wide. Her chewing halted. "Well, well," came a menacing voice over Kahlan's shoulder, "if it isn't our little mule come to steal from us."
"Please, she was hungry,"
Kahlan said, hoping to douse Sister Ulysses' anger before it flared.
"She asked for a bite to eat. She didn't steal it. I gave her my food, not any of yours."
Sister Ulysses was joined by the others, so that it looked like 3 vultures all in a row. Sister Armina lifted the lantern to have a better look. All 3 looked like they intended to pick the girl's bones clean. "Probably waiting till we went to sleep," Sister Ulysses said as she leaned closer, "so she could cut our throats." Copper-colored eyes shone in the lamplight as the frightened young woman gazed up at them.
"I wasn't lying in wait. I was hungry. I thought I might be able to get a little food, that's all. I asked. I did not steal."
The young woman reminded Kahlan a little of the girl back at the White Horse Inn, the girl Kahlan had promised to protect, the girl that Sister Ulysses had so brutally murdered. At night, before she fell asleep, the memory of that girl's terror still haunted Kahlan. Her failure to keep her promise of protection still burned in Kahlan's soul. Even if the girl hadn't been able to remember Kahlan's words long enough to comprehend them, Kahlan hated that she had made such a promise and then failed to keep it. This girl was a little older, a little taller. Kahlan could see in her eyes, too, a kind of quiet comprehension of the true dimension of the threat before her. There was a kind of knowing caution in her copper eyes. But she was still a girl. Womanhood was still a mystery that lay just over her life's horizon. Sister Armina suddenly smacked the girl. The blow spun her around, knocking her to the ground. The sister pounced on her. The girl covered her head with her arms as she tried her best to get out an apology for asking for food. Sister Armina pawed at the girl's clothes between striking her. When the sister rose, she held a knife that Kahlan didn't recognize. She waggled it in the lantern light, then tossed it to the ground at Sister Ulysses' feet. "She was carrying this. Like you said, she probably intended to cut our throats after we'd gone to sleep." "I intended no harm," the girl cried out as Sister Ulysses raised her oak rod. Kahlan knew all too well what was coming and dove over the frightened girl, covering her, protecting her. Sister Ulysses' rod came crashing down across Kahlan's back instead, right over the spot where she had been hit earlier. The girl flinched at the crack of oak against bone. Kahlan cried out with the pain of the blow. With all her effort, she pushed the young woman farther away from the sisters, trying to keep her protected from harm.
"Leave her be!" Kahlan yelled. "She's just a child. She's hungry, that's all. She can't hurt any of you."
In the grip of panic, the girl's spindly arms clung to Kahlan's neck as if it were the lone root hanging at the edge of a cliff. If Kahlan could have killed the sisters right then, she would have, but instead she did no more than protectively shield the girl. She knew that if she tried to fight them, the sisters would pull her away for retaliation, and then she could be no protection at all. This was the most Kahlan could do for the girl. Again, Sister Ulysses struck Kahlan across the back. Kahlan gritted her teeth against the pain. Again and again the woman landed blows with the rod. "Let the brat go!" Sister Ulysses yelled as she beat Kahlan. The girl panted in terror. "It's all right," Kahlan managed between gasps for breath. "I'll protect you, I promise." The young woman whispered back a thank you in Kahlan's ear. Despite her desperate desire to protect such an innocent child, Kahlan desperately didn't want to lose this connection to the world. The girl knew that Kahlan existed. She could see her, hear her, remember her. Kahlan needed that lifeline back to the world of people. Sister Ulysses took a stride closer as she swung away at Kahlan, putting all her muscle into the beating. Kahlan knew she was in grievous trouble, but she was not going to willingly allow them to harm this girl as they had the last one. The girl had done nothing to deserve what Kahlan knew they would do to her. "How dare you! If you wish to kill someone," Kahlan yelled up at Sister Ulysses, "then kill me. But leave her be. She's no threat to you." Sister Ulysses seemed content to do just that, growling with the effort of clubbing Kahlan, striking over and over in a frenzy. Kahlan was getting dizzy with the pain, but she would not move to allow the sister to get at the girl. The young woman hid under the protection of Kahlan's larger frame, crying out with fright, not at what the sisters might do to her, but in anguish for what they were doing to Kahlan. The rod made a sickening sound as it struck the back of Kahlan's skull. It stunned her nearly senseless. Still, she would not let go of the young woman. Blood matted her hair and ran down her face. And then the rod broke against Kahlan's back. The larger piece spun out into the night. Sister Ulysses stood panting in a blind rage, holding a useless stub. Kahlan expected to be killed, but in a way she no longer cared. There was no possibility of escape. There was no future for her. If she couldn't fight for the life of an innocent young woman, then life was of no value to her. "Ulysses," Armina whispered as she caught Ulysses' wrist. "She sees Kahlan, just like the man at the inn." Sister Ulysses stared at her companion, seemingly startled by the idea. Sister Armina lifted an eyebrow. "We need to find out what's going on." Sister Cecilia, a sinister glare twisting her features, not having heard what Sister Armina had said, stepped closer and stood over Kahlan. "How dare you defy a sister? We're going to skin this brat alive and make you watch the whole thing to teach you a lesson." "Sister?" the girl asked. "Are you all sisters?" The night suddenly seemed impossibly quiet. Kahlan's world spun sickeningly. Each breath felt like knives twisting between her ribs. Tears from the pain of the blows ran down her face. She couldn't stop trembling, but she still would not abandon the girl. Sister Ulysses tossed the end of the broken oak rod aside. "We are sisters. What of it?" she asked suspiciously. "Tovi told me to watch out for you, although you don't look to me much like Tovi's sisters." Everyone paused. "Tovi?" Sister Ulysses cautiously asked. The girl nodded. She peeked out past Kahlan's shoulder. "She's an older woman. She's bigger than any of you, and she doesn't really look like your sister. But she told me to go out and watch for her sisters.
She said that the three of you had another woman with you.
And why would a girl like you agree to do as Tovey asked? The girl brushed her dark hair back from her face. She hesitated, then answered.
She is holding my grandfather captive. She said that if I didn't do as she said, then she would kill him.
Ulysses smiled the way Kahlan imagined a snake would smile, if a snake could smile. Well, well, I guess you really do know Tovey. Where is she, then? Kahlan pushed herself up on an arm. The girl pointed toward the headland.
There, she is in a place with old books. She made me show her where the books were kept. She told me to guide you to her.
Sister Ulysses shared a look with the other two.
Perhaps she's already located the central site in Casca.
Sister Armina cackled with relief as she jovially clapped Sister Cecilia on the back of the shoulder. Sister Cecilia returned the gesture in kind.
How far is it?
Sister Ulysses asked, suddenly eager.
It will take all of 2 days, maybe 3, if we leave at first light in the morning.
Sister Ulysses peered off into the darkness for a moment.
2 or 3 days, she turned back. What's your name?
Jillian.
Sister Ulysses kicked Kahlan in the side, the unexpected blow rolling her off the girl.
Well, Jillian, you can have Kahlan's bedroll. She won't be needing it. She's going to stand for the night as punishment.
Please,
Jillian said as she laid a hand on Kahlan's arm.
If not for her, you would now be without a guide to the place where Tovey is. Please don't punish her. She did you a favor.
Sister Ulysses considered a moment.
I'll tell you what, Jillian. Since you spoke up for our disobedient slave, I'll let you make sure that she doesn't sit down during the night. If she does disobey us, I will give her a beating that will leave her with a painful limp for the rest of her life. But you can prevent that by making sure she stands the entire night. What do you think of that?
Jillian swallowed, but didn't answer. Sister Ulysses snatched Kahlan by the hair and hauled her to her feet.
Make sure she stays on her feet, or what we do to her will be your fault for not making sure that she did as she was told. Understand?
Jillian, her copper-colored eyes wide, nodded. Sister Ulysses smiled a sly smile.
Good.
She turned to the other two.
Come on, let's get some sleep.
After they had gone, Kahlan gently laid a hand on the top of the head of the girl sitting at her feet.
Glad to meet you, Jillian,
Kahlan whispered, so that the sisters wouldn't hear. Jillian smiled up at her and whispered,
Thank you for protecting me. Your promise was true.
She gently took Kahlan's hand and held it to her cheek for a moment.
You are the bravest person I've seen since Richard.
Richard?
Richard Rahl. He was here before. He saved my grandfather before. But now...
Jillian's voice trailed off as she looked away from Kahlan's gaze. Kahlan gently stroked the girl's head, hoping to comfort her heartache for her grandfather. She gestured, pointing with her chin.
Go in that saddlebag there, Jillian, and get yourself something to eat.
She was trembling from the pain and wanted very much to lie down, but Kahlan knew that Sister Ulysses had not made an empty threat.
Then, if you would, please, just sit with me for the night. I could use a friend tonight.
Jillian smiled up at her. It warmed Kahlan's heart to see such a sincere smile.
In the morning, you will have another friend to join us.
When Kahlan twitched a frown, Jillian pointed up at the sky.
I have a raven named Loki. In the day he will come and entertain us with some of his tricks.
Kahlan smiled at the very idea of having a raven for a friend. The girl squeezed Kahlan's hand.
I won't leave you tonight, Kahlan, I promise.
As much agony as she was in, as bleak as her future seemed, Kahlan was joyous. Jillian was alive. Kahlan had just won her first battle,
and that accomplishment was exhilarating. Chapter 24. As he walked among the gathered soldiers, Richard acknowledged their greetings with a smile and a nod. He was in no mood to smile, but he feared that the men would misunderstand if he didn't. Their eyes were filled with expectation and hope as they watched him make his way among them. Many a man stood silently with a fist over his heart, not just in salute but in pride. Richard could not begin to explain to each of these men the horrific things Shota had shown him, and so he smiled as warmly as he was able. Beyond the encampment, lightning flickered at the horizon. Even over the sounds of camp life, the thousands of men and horses, of the ring of blacksmiths' hammers, the unloading of supplies, the provisions being distributed, the orders being shouted, Richard could hear the lightning's ominous rumble rolling along the Azrith plain. Angry thunderclouds gathered an ever-growing charge of black shadows under their skirts. The still, humid air was occasionally aroused by gusts that lifted flags and pennants to flapping attention. Almost as soon as it arrived, the wind would suddenly vanish, like an advance guard racing back to report to the gathering storm. No one seemed to care about the threatening sky, though. They all wanted to get a glimpse of Richard as he made his way through the encampment. There was a time when this very army was bound and determined to kill or capture him, but that was before Richard had become the Lord Rall. Once he had taken on that responsibility, he had given these men the chance to stand for a worthy cause rather than carry arms in service to tyranny. There had been some who had viewed that offer with open hatred. They turned instead to the cause of the order and swept across the land with blind brutality, seeking to exterminate the very idea that any man had a right to his own life. But the rest of them, most of them in fact, had not just taken up Richard's challenge. They had embraced it with the kind of fervor that only men who had lived under repression could. These men, the first in generations to be offered real freedom, truly grasped its meaning for their lives. They held on tenaciously to the chance to live in the kind of world Richard had shown them was possible. There was no greater nor more meaningful a gift these men could in turn give their families and loved ones than that chance to live life free, to live for themselves. Many had died in that noble effort. Much the same as the Mord Sith, these men followed him now because they chose to, not because they were forced to. When they called him Lord Rall, it had meaning to them that it had never carried before. But these men now faced the edged steel that enforced a belief that said they and their loved ones had no right to their own lives. Richard did not doubt the hearts of these men, but he knew that they could not prevail in a battle against the vast numbers of Imperial Order invaders. This day of all days, he had to be the Lord Rall. If there was a chance at a future worth living, Richard had to be the Lord Rall in the purest sense, the Lord Rall who cared about those he led. He had to make them see what he saw. Verna, hurrying along beside him, tightened her grip on his arm as she leaned a little closer. You can't imagine how uplifting it is for these men to see you before the battle they will be facing, Richard, the battle that prophecy has been foretelling for thousands of years. You just can't imagine. Richard doubted that the men could imagine what he was about to ask of them. He glanced over at Verna's smile. I know, Prelate. Because they were steadily making headway south to meet the threat from the Imperial Order, the ride from the People's Palace to catch up with them had taken considerably longer than the last time he had come to see these soldiers. Once the Order turned north up into Dahara, this army was all that stood against them. These men were the last hope of the Daharan Empire. That was their calling, their duty. And Richard knew without doubt that they would lose that battle. Richard's task was to convince them of the certainty of their impending defeat and death. Kara and Nietzsche, right behind him, were practically walking on his heels. He didn't think they needed to be that close to protect him,
But he also knew that neither woman would likely take his word for it. When he glanced back over his shoulder, Nietzsche gave him a tight smile. He wondered what she would say once she heard what he was about to tell the soldiers. He supposed that she would understand. Of all those who would hear what he had to say, she was the one person he believed would understand. In fact, he was counting on it. Her understanding and support were sometimes all that kept him going. There were times when he had been ready to give up, and Nietzsche had given him the strength to go on. Richard knew that Kara, on the other hand, would welcome what he was about to say, if for entirely different reasons. Although Kara looked as grim as ever, as if she might have to kill the entire army should they suddenly turn to treason and attack Richard, he could tell by the way her fingers worked at a seam of her red leather outfit that she was eager to at last see General Meifert, Benjamin, again. Since the last time they had been with these men, she was a little less reticent about letting her feelings for the handsome Daharan general be known. Richard suspected that Nietzsche had something to do with that. As overwhelmed as he felt about a world that seemed to be coming down all around him, he was inwardly gratified that a moored Sith could ever come to have such feelings, and even more so that she would finally be willing to let them be known, at least to him. It was confirmation that, beyond the brutal training of these women, they were individuals who each had long suppressed desires and aspirations that had not withered and died, and that the true person inside could again blossom. It was an affirmation of his belief in a better future, that there could be a better future, like finding a beautiful flower in a vast wasteland. As Richard marched past rows of tents, wagons, picketed horses, blacksmith stations, and supply areas, he could see men approaching from all directions, abandoning their evening chores of caring for animals, repairing gear, tending to supplies, cooking, and setting up yet more tents. A glance to the thick overcast told him that they would be smart to at least finish setting up their tents. Richard spotted General Meifert among the sea of men in dark uniforms. He stood tall among officers outside a large command area. When Richard glanced back over his shoulder, he could see by Kara's smile that she saw him as well. The assembled officers and men of rank were too many to fit into a tent, so they had gathered across a scattered boulder field. Awnings had been strung together over the area, anchored to the massive boulders, so that the men in the command center would be protected should the rain start. It didn't look to Richard like it would protect them from any wind, but it would at least keep them mostly dry as they worked on the details of directing an army this large. Richard leaned a little toward Verna as thunder shook the ground. "Your sisters will be there?" Verna nodded. "Yes. I sent runners to tell them that you wanted them there along with all the officers. There are a few on distant reconnaissance, but the rest will be there." "Lord Rahl," General Meifert said as he clapped a fist to his heart. Richard bowed his head. "General, glad to see you well. The men all look in order, as always." "Thank you, Lord Rahl." His blue eyes were already taking in Kara. He bowed at the waist to her. "Mistress Kara." Kara actually smiled. "You are a happy sight for my eyes, Benjamin." Had Richard not been so distressed about the things that had brought him to be there, he would have derived great pleasure from seeing them gaze into each other's eyes. Richard remembered looking at Kahlan that way, remembered his inner joy at seeing her. Captain Zimmer, his shaped leather armor serving to accentuate his powerful build, stood not far behind the general. Some of the other officers, in similar if less simple uniforms, waited in a cluster nearby, while most were already assembled under the awning. The groups of men engaged in earnest conversation all fell quiet and turned to see Lord Rahl, the leader of the Daharan Empire. Richard didn't have time for pleasantries, so he dove right in. Likewise, the regular soldiers who had gathered all around stood silently watching. "Are all the officers and men of rank here, General?" Richard asked. The man nodded. "Yes, Lord Rahl. Every one of them in camp, anyway. There are some out on long-range patrol. Had we known of your arrival and wishes, I would have recalled them. But as it is, we would need some time to get them back here.
If you wish, I will send word at once for them to return.
Richard lifted a hand to forestall the suggestion. No, that's not necessary. As long as most of them are assembled, that will do. The rest can be briefed later. There were far too many men in the encampment for Richard to be heard and understood by them all. His intent was to speak in detail to the officers and men of rank, and then have them spread the word among their own men. There were enough officers gathered for that task. The general, in a casual but clearly commanding manner, gestured to the men surrounding the command area watching the great event. They immediately began to disperse, going back to their own work, while their commanders learned of their fate. General Meifert held out an arm, inviting Richard and his escort in under the shelter. Richard first glanced at the sky, judging the chances to be good that the rain would soon start in earnest. In under the expansive tarp, hundreds of men were gathered tightly together. Richard tapped his fist to his heart, returning the collective, muffled thump of their sharp salutes. I am here today, Richard began as he scanned all the eyes watching him, about the gravest of issues, the coming final battle with the advancing army of the Imperial Order. There must be no confusion about what I will have to say. I need every one of you to understand what is at stake, what I am going to ask of you, and why. This is about all of your lives. I will not hold back anything from you, and I will answer honestly and to the best of my ability anything you want to know. Please feel free to ask your questions, voice your objections, or even to disagree with certain points as I lay out what I've decided. I value your vast collective knowledge and skill. I trust in your ability and experience. But I have had to weigh and consider matters outside your purview, and on everything put together I have made my decision. I can appreciate that, absent such information, you may not entirely understand my reasoning. So I will do my best to explain it. But there will be no dissent about my conclusion. Richard's voice took on an edge of absolute resolve. You will follow my orders. The men all shared looks. This was as stern a command as any Richard had ever given them. In the afternoon hush, Richard began to slowly pace back and forth, choosing his words carefully. He finally gestured out to the crowd before him. As officers, as men of command, what is it that preoccupies your minds the most? After a moment's confused silence, an officer to the side spoke up. I suppose that we're all thinking about what you've already mentioned, Lord Rao, the final battle. That's right. The final battle, Richard said as he came to a halt and turned to the men. That's the common way we all think, that everything will come down to that defining moment, the climax of everyone's effort, and that there will be a final grand battle to decide it all. Who wins, who loses, who rules, who serves, who lives, who dies. This is the way Jagang thinks as well. He wouldn't be their leader if he didn't, an older officer said. Sporadic chuckles rippled through the assembled men. True enough, Richard said in a solemn voice, especially in the case of Emperor Jagang. His objective is to carry his cause to that final battle, and in that concluding contest crush us once and for all. He is a very intelligent foe. He has gotten us to focus on that final battle. His strategy is working. The laughter had died out. The men looked a little displeased that Richard would give the man so much credit. Soldiers like these didn't like to grant their enemy too much mastery, lest their own men suffer a failing of courage at fighting him. Richard had no interest in making Jagang seem less of a threat than he was. Quite the opposite. He wanted to give these men an accurate glimpse of what they were up against and the true dimensions of the menace. Jagang is a devotee of a game called Jala de Jinn. Seeing some of the men nod, Richard knew that they had become at least somewhat familiar with the game. He has his own Jala team.
much like the Fellowship of Order has its own army. Jagang's overriding concern when he sends his team into play is to win at Jala. To that end, he collected the biggest, toughest players for his team. He does not view it as a contest, a competition, as some do. He intends not merely to be victorious in any Jala match, but to overwhelm the opposition. Jagang's team once lost. His solution was not to try harder the next time, to train and coach his players, to do better the next time. He instead went out and got other players. He created a team of the biggest, strongest, fastest men. The translation of Jala de Jin, by the way, is the game of life. In the beginning, when he was joining all the various kingdoms and lands of the old world into one nation, Jagang lost battles. He learned the lessons of life. He got the biggest, meanest army he could, and in the end, he united the entire old world under the banner of the Order. When he embarked on this war, at the behest of the Fellowship of Order, Jagang made sure that he would have at his disposal the resources necessary to ensure that he would have a force large enough to do the job. You men would do no less. Jagang occasionally still lost battles. Again, he learned. He responded by calling upon those resources to see to it that he had more men. That's how he approaches the goal of winning the war on behalf of the Order. The result is that today he has a force so overwhelming that he can crush all opposition. He knows that he will win. So he looks forward to the final battle. In addition, Emperor Jagang was a dream walker, a man with powers handed down to him through ancient magic. He used that ability to invade the minds of others, not only to gain knowledge, but to control them. Today, as you know, he controls a number of gifted people, sisters of the light and the dark among them. He thus commands both forces of steel and magic.
Lord Rahl,
one of the older officers said, interrupting Richard's pacing speech,
you dismiss our men too easily. Most of our army is made up of the Haran forces, and the rest we have trained. These men know what is at stake. They are not green recruits. They are experienced soldiers who know how to fight. We also have Verna and her sisters, who had proven themselves. Along with these skilled soldiers and sisters of the light, we have right on our side.
The Imperial Order is not predestined to lose just because they are evil. In the long run, evil will turn in on itself, but for our lives and the lives of those we protect, that is little comfort. Evil can still dominate mankind for 1,000 years, 2,000, or even more before it eventually dies of its own poison. Richard started pacing again as he spoke with great passion. There are times in history when things might have gone either way but for the valiant efforts of some individuals, I grant you that. In fact, I am counting on it. This is the time when we decide what will be our future. This is the time when we must do what must be done, despite how painful it will be, if we and our children are to have a future. Our future, freedom's future, hinges on us and what we do, on whether or not we succeed.
Lord Rahl, the older officer said with quiet assurance, the men know that our backs are to the wall. They will fight if that's what you're suggesting.
Richard realized that the men weren't understanding what he was getting at. He stopped and faced the men as he clasped his hands behind his back. In the back of his mind, he could see the ghostly image that Shota had shown him of the bloody end of it all. It was like a weight trying to drag him under. Richard finally spoke. I've always said that I can't lead us into a final battle with the Order or we would lose. Things have happened since last I was with you men that make me believe that, now more than ever before. Rumblings of discontent matched the rumblings of thunder filling the gloomy afternoon air. Before they could object or take him off on a tangent, Richard went on. The army of the Order is very soon going to be advancing up into Dahara from the south on their way to the People's Palace. You men are advancing south to meet them. They know that. They expect that. They want that. They are marching to Jagang's orders. He is controlling our tactics. He is drawing us into a battle he knows we can't win and that he can't lose. Voices of protest erupted, all shouting that the future wasn't fixed, that they could prevail. Richard held up a hand to halt the voices. While the future isn't fixed, reality is what it is. As soldiers, you plan your tactics according to what you know, not what you wish. Even if by some miracle we were able to win this looming battle, it would turn out not to be decisive. Such a battle would end up merely being a fight we won at a great cost, while the order would simply come right back at us again with an even larger force. Even if we were to win the impending battle, which I know we can't, we would then have to fight another battle against even more men, and then another. Why? Because each time we fight them, we lose men and get weaker. We have little reserves to call upon. Each time Jagang needs them, he gets a steady stream of nearly limitless reinforcements and only gets stronger. We would lose in the end for one very simple reason. No war is ever won defensively. While a defensive battle can be won, a war cannot be won defensively. So, an officer asked, what do you propose? That we sue for peace? Richard dismissed the idea with a casual, if irritated, gesture. The order would grant no peace terms. Maybe long ago in the beginning they would have accepted our surrender, allowed us to bow and kiss their boots, allowed us to put on the chains of slavery, but not now. Now they want only a victory bought and paid for with our blood. But what difference would it have made? Either way, the end result would be the same. The murder and subjugation of us and our people. How we lose, for the most part, is irrelevant. Surrender or defeat ends with the same result. One way or the other, all is lost. Then what? The man stammered in a heated voice. Fight on until we are finally killed or captured? The men stared at the red-faced officer who had spoken. These men had been fighting the order for a long time. They were not hearing anything they didn't already know. Still, fighting the invaders was all they could do. It was their duty. It was the only thing they knew. Richard turned and took in Kara, standing there in her red leather, her feet spread, her hands clasped behind her back. She looked like she believed she could take on the order all by herself. Richard gestured to the woman standing beside Kara. Nietzsche here once served on their side. When he heard the whispers about an enemy among them, he added, much the same as all of you were once in the service of tyranny when you served Darken Ral, and some of you even his father, Panis Ral. You had no choice. Darken Ral did not care what you wanted to do with your lives. He only cared that you followed his orders. Now, when given a chance, you have committed to our cause. Nietzsche has as well. The men of the order are different. You were fighting because you were made to under threat of violence or even death. They are fighting because they believe in a cause. They hunger to fight. They want to be a part of their war effort. Since she was there with Jagang, Nietzsche has first-hand knowledge. She has seen things that may help put it into perspective for you. Richard turned again to Nietzsche. She looked like a statue, her skin smooth and fair, her blonde hair tumbled down over her shoulders. There was nothing about her face, her figure, that Richard would have changed if he were the one to carve a statue of her. She was a picture of beauty who had seen ugliness beyond imagining. Nietzsche, please tell these men what will happen to them if they are captured by the Imperial Order. Richard had no idea what she would say, what she knew, but he did know, especially from the things Jebra had told him, that the Order had only contempt for life. The Order does not execute their captives immediately. With deadly calm, Nietzsche glided one step closer to all the men staring at her. She waited at Richard's side until the silence was painful and she had the undivided attention of every man before her. First, she said,
Every man captured is castrated. A collective gasp went up from the assembled men. After that, after they have suffered unendurable agony and humiliation, the ones still alive are put to torture. The ones who survive the torture are finally put to death in one brutal fashion or another. Those who surrender to the order without a fight are spared such treatment. That is the design behind the cruelty toward captives, to strike fear into a potential adversary so that they will surrender without a fight. Their treatment of civilians in captured cities is just as brutal, and it has the same goal in mind. As a result, many cities have fallen to the order without a fight. You men have fought them long and hard. You would not be spared any of it. If you are caught by Jagang's forces, there is no hope for you. You will be made to wish with all your hearts that you had never been born. Death will be your only release. Not that it matters. Life under the order is not much different than waiting for death at the hands of the order. Life under the order is a slow, grinding death in itself. It just takes longer. The misery of it stretches out over years. Only those who hate life and everything good prosper. The order, in fact, fosters and encourages those who hate the good aspects of life. Their teachings are, after all, formed from a bitter hatred for the good. The environment such beliefs create is one of universal misery. The haters relish the misery of others, since the good angers them. If captured, these haters would be your masters. The men stood in stunned silence. In that silence, Richard heard the gentle patter of rain on the awning stretched overhead. The storm was rolling in on them. Nietzsche spoke offhandedly into the silence. The fried testicles of their enemies are a prized treat for the soldiers of the imperial order. The camp followers will scour a battlefield after a battle, looking for loot and any wounded enemy still alive that they can castrate. Those precious, bloody gems harvested from a living enemy are a valuable and sought-after commodity during the drunken celebration after a victory. The soldiers believe that such a delicacy gives them greater strength and virility. Afterwards, they turn their attention to their women captives. Richard pinched the bridge of his nose between a thumb and first finger. Anything else? Nietzsche raised an eyebrow. Isn't that enough? Richard heaved a sigh as he let his hand drop. I guess so. He turned back to the enemy. The simple truth is that there is no way you can win the coming battle. You are going to lose. Richard took a deep breath and finally uttered the unspeakable words he had come to say. That is why there will be no final battle. We will not fight Emperor Jagang and his army of the Imperial Order. As Lord Ral, leader of the Daharan Empire, I refuse to allow such an act of pointless self-destruction. We will not fight them. Instead, I have come to disperse our army. There will be no final battle. Jagang will have the New World unopposed. Richard saw tears filling the eyes of many a man. Chapter 25. Richard's words were received like a slap. An angry officer shouted, "Then why should we fight?" He swept an arm around at his fellows. "We've been at this war for years. Many of our fellow soldiers are no longer here with us because they have sacrificed their lives to preserve our cause and loved ones. If there is no chance, if we are just going to lose in the end, then why have we bothered to fight? Why should we bother to continue in this struggle?" Richard smiled bitterly. "That's the whole point." "What point?" the man growled. "If people see no chance for triumph, no chance to win, and see instead that they face only ruin and death, then they begin to lose their will to fight. If they see that they have no chance to spread their beliefs, that they face only death if they continue to try to do so, then they will begin to want to forget all about such a war." If anything, the man was only getting angrier, as were many of the other officers.
So you're telling us to forget about the war? That we can't win against the will of the Order? That since we can't win, there is nothing to fight for?
Richard clasped his hands behind his back as he lifted his chin with resolve. He waited until he was sure that he had every ear. No. I'm telling you that I want to make the people of the old world feel that way. The men frowned in confusion, muttering questions among themselves. They quickly quieted down as Richard went on. Jagang is bringing his army up into Dahara. He wants to meet us in battle. Why? Because he believes he can defeat us. I believe he is right. I don't believe this because you men lack anything in bravery, training, strength, or skill, but simply because I know how vast his resources are. I've spent time down in the old world. I know how vast the place is. To an extent, because I have traveled through the old world, I know how many people they have, how much livestock, crops, and other assets. I've seen these things on a scale I've never seen before. They have reserves you cannot even begin to imagine. Jagang has amassed an enormous force of savage men who are devoted to their beliefs. They intend to crush everyone and everything opposing them. They lust to be conquering heroes, to spread their faith. Jagang has been provided with everything his experience tells him he will need, and then he doubled it. Just to be certain, he then doubled it again. Jagang does not hold perverse moral notions of warfare fought by employing no more assets than an opponent possesses, of some kind of fabricated fairness imposed on the act of mortal combat. He has no interest in an equal contest, nor should he. He is interested only in mastering us. That is his task. To that end, they want us to defend from the position of our greatest vulnerability, fight from our weakest footing, on the battlefield, in a traditional final battle. That is what all of Jagang's efforts have been dedicated to because it's what everyone expects. They want to meet us this way because we don't stand a chance against their numbers. There is simply no way that we have enough forces to prevail. They will then crush us. Afterwards, they will celebrate their great victory, as if the accomplishment was ever in doubt, by frying up all your testicles, and then in a drunken orgy they will rape your wives and sisters and daughters. Richard leaned toward the men and jabbed a finger at his temple. Think. Are you so mired on the concept of a traditional final battle that you have forgotten its purpose? Are you putting the way it's always been done ahead of the reason for doing it? The sole reason for such a battle is to prevail over the enemy, to settle the matter once and for all. That concept of a final battle has evolved into thinking that it's the way it must be done because that is the way it has always been done. Stop being pointlessly tied to that idea. Think. Stop being blinded by what you have done before. Stop throwing yourselves into your graves as if by rote. Think. Think about how to accomplish our objective. You mean to say that you have a better idea than fighting them? A younger officer asked. Like most of the men, he looked truly puzzled. Richard took a breath in an effort to get a grip on his temper. He lowered his voice and looked among all the sober faces as he went on. Yes. Instead of doing the expected and throwing ourselves into a final battle, I simply want to destroy them. That is, after all, the root objective of a grand final battle. If such a battle will not accomplish that objective, then we must find another way. Unlike those who fight for the beliefs of the Order, none of us needs to brag about a glorious victory on the field of battle. There is no glory in such things. There is simply success or failure. Failure means a new dark age. Success means we live free. Civilization hangs in the balance. It's as simple as that. There is no narrowly defined field of battle in such a struggle for life. Such a struggle, for our very survival against men driven by a desire to murder us because they think we have no right to exist. Such a struggle is not a fight over a plot of ground, a war over turf, but is based in the minds of men,
based in the very ideas that motivate them. Our loved ones will not be better served by a victory on a battlefield. They will only be served if we prevail in this struggle of ideas. General Meifert finally lifted a hand to speak. Lord Rahl, if not by meeting them in combat, then how do you propose we accomplish such a task against a foe that you have just explained is so vast that it is unbeatable? After all, even if it is their beliefs that drive them, it is their swords that we must deal with. Men nodded, happy that their general had asked the question they all had in mind. It was also the question Richard had been waiting for. He had discouraged their hope of a victory in a traditional battle by throwing out their mindset. Now he had to show them how to win the war. As the drumbeat of rain on the tarp overhead increased, Richard, hands clasped behind his back, appraised all the faces watching him. You must be the thunder and lightning of freedom. You must be vengeance unleashed against a people with corrupt ideas that have not just allowed evil to dwell in their hearts, but authorized and advocated it. We must fight the war our way. We must fight it for what it really is. Not armies on a field of battle acting as surrogates for ideas, but a war for the future of mankind. As such, it is a war in which the old world is totally committed, in which everyone on their side has dedicated themselves to the struggle. They are passionate about their cause. They believe in what they are doing. They think they have right on their side, that they are acting morally, that they are fulfilling the Creator's wishes, and so they are justified in murdering whoever they wish in order to define how mankind will live. They are all investing their property, their labor, their wealth, and their lives in the struggle. Their people, not just their army, want to subjugate us and make us bend to their beliefs. They want us to be slaves to their faith just as they are. They encourage their army to attack innocent people here in the New World in order to force their beliefs on us. They want us, as followers of the same faith as they, to sacrifice our lives to that faith, to live the lives they wish us to live, to dictate what our children will believe, by force, if necessary. All the people who believe in the ways of the order, who contribute, who encourage, who support, who pray for their soldiers to crush us, are part of their war effort. Each of those people adds something to their cause. As such, they are just as much the enemy as the soldiers swinging the swords for them. They are the ones who feed their blades with a supply of young men and everything they need to come after us, from food to moral support and encouragement. Richard pointed south. In fact, those people who make this war possible are perhaps even more of an enemy because each one is a silent enabler, who wishes us harm from afar, who hates by choice, who believes that there is no consequence for them forcing their will on us. Loot and plunder goes back to reward their support. Slaves are sent back to labor for them. Blood and tears are extracted to enforce their demands for faith. These people have made the choice to believe, made the choice to think that they have a right to our lives, made the choice to do anything necessary to rule us. There must be consequences to the choices they have made, especially when their choices ruin the lives of others who have done them no harm. Richard opened his hands. And how are we to accomplish this? He drew his hands into fists. We must bring this war home to the people who support and encourage it. It must not simply be the lives of our friends, our families, our loved ones who are thrown into the bloody cauldron these people of the old world stoke. It must now be their lives as well. They see this as a struggle for the future of mankind. I intend to see that it is. I want them to fully understand that if they set out to murder and subjugate us for whatever reason, then there will be consequences. From this day forward, we will fight a real war, a total war, a war without mercy. We will not impose pointless rules on ourselves about what is fair. Our only mandate is to win.
That is the only way we, our loved ones, our freedom will survive.
Page 264. Our victory is all that is moral. I want any supporter of the order to pay the price for their aggression. I want them to pay with their fortunes, their future, their very lives. The time has come to go after these people with nothing but cold black rage in our hearts. Richard lifted a fist. Crush their bones to blood and dust. There was a moment of silence as everyone took a collective breath, and then a thunderous cheer erupted, as if they had all secretly known that they had no chance to succeed, and that they were doomed to face only death and failure in the end. But now they had been shown that there was a way. There was, at last, a real chance to save their homes and loved ones, to save the future. Richard let the revelry go on for a while, then held up a hand to make them listen as he went on. The Army of the Order has the support of the people of their homeland. The soldiers of the Order each know that their families, friends, and neighbors support them. The men of the Order need to hear from those back in the old world. What I want the men of the Order to hear are wails of agony. I want them to know that their homes are being gutted, their cities and towns leveled, their businesses and crops destroyed, and their loved ones left with nothing. The Order preaches that life in this world is nothing but misery. Make it so. Strip away the thin veneer of civilization they so despise. Richard looked to Verna and the women with her, sisters of the light all. They hate magic. Make them terrified of it. They think those with magic must be destroyed. Make them believe that they can't be. They want a world without magic. Make them wish only not to anger us ever again. They want to conquer. Make them want only to surrender. As the lightning crackled through the gloomy afternoon air, and the wind-driven rain beat against the awning overhead, Richard turned his attention back to the men. When the latest crackle of thunder died out, he went on. To accomplish our purpose, we must have a coordinated plan aimed at every facet of the threat. To this end, some of our forces must be devoted to the important goal of hunting and killing their supply trains. Those trains are essential to the Order's survival. They not only get the reinforcements they need, but those trains send a steady stream of supplies that they must have in order to survive. The Imperial Order forces plunder as they go, but it's nowhere near enough to sustain them. Their overwhelming size is also a vulnerability. We must deny them those supplies they need to survive here in such numbers. We must cut that vital link. If the Imperial Order's soldiers starve to death, they are just as dead. Any Order soldier who dies of starvation is one less we have to worry about. That's all that matters to us. Also, the recruits coming up from the south will be much more vulnerable, since they will not yet have joined up with experienced men or be in massive numbers. They are poorly trained, and little more than young thugs going off to rape and pillage. Slaughter them before they go north and have the chance. It will be ever more difficult to enlist new recruits if they are being killed on their own soil before they can ever go off to kill helpless strangers. Even better if they are small units just assembling in their hometowns. Bring the war to them. Kill them before they have a chance to bring it to us. If young men know that if they volunteer they will never get to be heroes, never get their hands on plunder and young captive women, and see that they will not make it far before they are set upon by men who don't fight as they expected, don't throw themselves into a futile final battle against impossible odds, their passion for joining the fight will turn icy cold. If it doesn't, then they can die too, before they ever have a chance to join the army to the north. Seeing the bodies of these young heroes-to-be rotting on their doorsteps will help us crush the spirit of the people of the old world. Richard appraised the intent gazes before going on. The idea of a final battle dies here, dies today. Today we dissolve into thin air. After today, There will be no Daharan Empire army that the Imperial Order can engage in a final battle and destroy. They want to do this, after all, in order to strip our people of our protection, leaving them naked and vulnerable. We are not going to allow that. Today we start fighting this war a new way, our way, a way rationally thought out, a way that will win. I want everyone in the old world to fear you as if you were avenging spirits. Beginning today, you will become the phantom Daharan legions. No one will know where you are. No one will know when you will strike. No one will know where you will strike next. But I want everyone in the old world to know without any doubt whatsoever that you will come after them and you will strike as if the underworld itself were about to open up and annihilate them. I want them to fear the phantom Daharan legions as if you are death itself. They wish to die so that they may enter the everlasting glory of the afterlife. Deliver them their wish. One of the men toward the back cleared his throat, then spoke up. Lord Rahl, innocent people down there are going to die. These aren't soldiers we will be attacking. A lot of children are going to die in this kind of thing. Yes, that is unfortunately true, but don't let your mind be clouded or your determination turned aside by such a spurious and irrelevant charge. The Order is responsible for conducting a war of aggression against innocent people who have done them no harm, including women and children. We seek only to end the aggression as swiftly as possible. It's true that innocent people, including children, will be hurt or killed. What is the alternative? Continuing to sacrifice good people out of fear of harming someone innocent? We are all innocent. Our children are innocent. They are being harmed now. The Order's rule will eventually harm everyone, including all those children in the old world. The Order will turn many of them into monsters. Many more people will die in the end if the Order wins. Moreover, the lives of the people in the old world are not our responsibility. They are the Order's responsibility. We did not start this war and attack them. They attacked us. Our only proper course of action is to end the war as swiftly as possible. This is the only way to do that. In the end, this is the most humane thing we can do, because in the end, this will mean the least loss of life. Whenever possible, you should, of course, avoid harming innocent people, but that is not your overriding objective. Ending the war is your objective. To do that, we must destroy their ability to wage war. As soldiers, that is the responsibility. We are defending our right to exist. If we succeed, we will, as a consequence, help countless others to live free as well. But it is not our aim to free their people. If they wish to be free, then they can join with us in our efforts. As a matter of fact, I know people in the old world who have already revolted against the Order and are with us in this struggle. A simple blacksmith named Victor and his forces in Alturang, for example, have lit the flame of freedom in the old world and already fight with us. Wherever you can find these people who hunger to be free, you should encourage them and enlist their support. They will willingly see their towns and cities burn if those blazes destroy the vermin who eat away at their lives. In all you do, never forget that your aim is to stop the Order from killing us, and to do that, we must make them lose their will to fight. To do that, we must take the war to them. I grieve for innocent lives lost, but their loss is a direct result of the immoral actions of the Order. We have no responsibility to sacrifice our lives to prevent innocent people on their side being harmed. We cannot be responsible for their lives in such a struggle not of our making. We have every right to defend our right to exist. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. The threat must be eliminated. Anything else is just whistling on your way to your grave. The men all stood somber and still under the billowing awning protecting them from the downpour. None had any argument to offer. They had been fighting a losing battle for a long time. They had seen thousands die. They understood that there was now no other way. Richard gestured to Captain Zimmer, a young, square-jawed, bull-necked man who stood with his arms folded across his massive chest. He was immersed in total concentration as he'd listened to Richard. The man had become the head of the Special Forces when Kahlan had promoted Captain Meifert to commanding general of the Daharan forces. Kahlan had also told Richard that Captain Zimmer and his men were very good at what they did, that they were experienced, businesslike under stress, tireless, fearless, and coolly efficient at killing. What made most soldiers blanch made them grin. Kahlan had also told him that they collected the ears of the enemy. Captain Zimmer, as part of our new coordinated operation, I have a special job for you. The man beamed with an infectious smile as he dropped his arms and stood up straighter. Yes, Lord Rahl. Our primary importance is the elimination of anyone who preaches the tenets of the order. These people are the fount of hate, the source of the corrupt beliefs that poison life. The Fellowship of Order has set their goal on the conquest of all of mankind for the purpose of bringing all people under their strict teachings. They advocate the killing of all those who don't bow to their beliefs. The ideas of these men are the spark that ignites murder. Were it not for those teachings, they would not be here killing people. The Order is a viper that exists because of their beliefs, their ideas, their teachings. That viper stretches here all the way from the heart of the old world. From this moment on, your objective is to behead this snake. Kill every man who preaches their beliefs. If they give a speech, the next morning I want their body found in the middle of a very public place, and I want it to be clear to all that they did not die of natural causes. I want it known that professing the beliefs of the Order is asking for a swift death. How you kill them is irrelevant, but kill them we must. When they are dead, they can no longer spread their poison and raise the passions of other men to kill us. That is your job. Kill them. The less time you take killing one, the sooner you can kill others. Keep in mind, though, that the high priests of the Fellowship of Order are gifted. While you must be cautious and aware that these men are wizards, also keep in mind that even such wizards still have hearts that pump blood through their veins. An arrow will kill them as surely as any other man. I know, because not long ago I was nearly killed by an arrow fired in a surprise attack on my camp. Richard gestured to the two women behind him. I was fortunate in that Kara and Nietzsche were there to save my life. The point is that, despite their power, these men are vulnerable. You can eliminate them. After all, how often have I heard you say that you will be the steel against steel, so that I can be the magic against magic? Implicit in that maxim is the fundamental truth that the gifted are mortal and vulnerable to the same perils as all men. I know that you and your men will find ways to eliminate these men. I want every man who preaches the hate of the Order's beliefs to find that death is the consequence. There must be no doubt of the hard truth that they are not going to escape that fate just because they are gifted. You and your men are to deliver that truth to them. This is, after all, about truth and illusion, a battle over which of those concepts mankind will serve. They preach an illusion of beliefs in things that are not real, of faith and fantasy, of kingdoms and other worlds, of punishments and rewards after we no longer exist. They kill to force people to bow to that faith. The counter to that is the reality of our promise of the consequence of harming us. That promise must be kept. That promise must be true. If we fail in this struggle, then mankind will slip into a long, dark age. Richard looked out over the silent men and spoke quietly, but in a tone that every man heard. I am counting on the experience and judgment of you men to accomplish what we must. If you see something you think is useful to them, destroy it. If anyone tries to get in your way, kill them. I want their crops, homes, towns, and cities burned to the ground. I want to see the old world burning all the way from here. I don't want one brick left standing atop another. I want the old world to suffer such ruin that they no longer possess the ability to extend their murderous intent to others. I want their will to fight broken. I want their spirits crushed. I trust that you men will be able to come up with ways to accomplish all this. Don't be limited by what I tell you. Think about what is a valuable resource to them and what would make it a good target for us. Think of how best to carry out your new orders. He watched the eyes of men who were being called upon to do what they had never expected would be their job. There will be no final battle with the army of the Order. We will not face them in the way they wish. Instead, we will haunt them into their graves. The gathered officers all clapped fists to their hearts. Richard turned again to Captain Zimmer. You have my orders as to your specific objective. Be ruthless. There is to be no alternative allowed for these men. Their death is the only result that is acceptable. Make it swift, sure, and without mercy. Captain Zimmer stood tall. Thank you, Lord Rahl, for allowing me and my men to rid the world of those who preach this poison. There's one other thing I'd like you and your men to do for me. Yes, Lord Rahl? Bring me their ears. Captain Zimmer smiled as he put a fist to his heart. There will be no escape or mercy for them, Lord Rahl. I will bring you proof. As they put their minds to their new goal, the officers all began coming forward with suggestions for both targets and methods of destroying them. Their enthusiasm enlivened their faces, as if they had gotten so used to the idea that there was no choice but to be worn down by an implacable enemy, that their faces had taken on creases as they sagged with the burden. Now Richard could see a new vigor in them, an excitement that there was a solution, an end in sight. Men offered ideas of salting fields, poisoning water supplies with rotting infected carcasses and corpses, destroying dams, cutting down orchards, slaughtering livestock, and torching mills. Nietzsche discouraged some suggestions, explaining why they wouldn't work or would involve too much effort, and offered alternatives in their place. She refined other ideas to make them more devastating. To a degree, Richard was sickened by the things he heard, and the knowledge that he was the architect of such mayhem. But then he thought about the vision Shota had given him of Kahlan, of how those very horrors and more were real for uncounted innocent people, and he was gratified that they were at last striking back in a way that had a chance to end such horrors. The Order, after all, had brought this on themselves. Time is of the essence, Richard told the officers and gathered sisters. Every day that passes, the Order captures more places, subjugates, tortures, rapes, and murders yet more people. I agree, General Meifert said. This can't be a march south. No, it can't, Richard said. I want you to ride fast and strike hard. The Order has a huge army, and everywhere they go in the New World falls to their swords. But because of their size, they are ponderous. It takes them a long time to move across the land. Jagang uses his slow speed as a tactic. It makes each city that lies in his path suffer the agony of waiting, imagining what will become of them. It gives fear time to build until it is unendurable. We actually have an advantage in that if we use cavalry and keep the units small and nimble, we can strike like lightning in one place after another. They seek to roll in on cities, envelop, and occupy them. We must not be drawn into that kind of drain on manpower and effort. We must simply lay waste to everything we can and then immediately move on to the next target. We must make everyone in the old world feel fear, feel that there is no safety from our vengeance. A bearded officer gestured out at the camp. There's not nearly enough horses to turn the whole army into cavalry. Then you need to quickly find horses for all these men, Kara said. Get them wherever you can. The officer scratched his beard as he considered. He smiled at Kara. Don't you worry, we'll find a way to do just that. Another man spoke up. I know of a number of places in Dahara where horses are raised. I think we can gather what we'll need in relatively short order. When Richard nodded his approval, he tapped a fist to his heart. I'll see to it immediately, he said before making his way out into the rain. The Army needs to be broken into smaller units, Richard said to General Meifert after the officer hurried past. We don't want them to stay together in a large force. The general stared off as he considered. We'll form them into a number of strike forces and send them south immediately. They will have to depend on their own resources, make do for themselves. They can't rely on command to direct all the details of their actions or supply them with anything.
We'll need to set up some communication, one of the older officers said. But you're right. I don't think that it will be possible to coordinate everyone. We need to give everyone clear instructions and then let them do their job. There is plenty of old world to attack. It would be best if they didn't keep in communication, Nietzsche said. When a number of men stared at her, she went on. Any messengers who are captured will be tortured. The Order has experts in torture. Any man who is captured will tell what he knows. If all the units keep in communication, then they can be betrayed. If anyone captured doesn't know where other units are, then they can't betray that information.
Sounds like wise advice, Richard said. Lord Rahl, General Meifert said in a cautious tone, our entire army unleashed on the old world without an opposing force to check them will wreak unprecedented devastation. Set loose with such a goal, all of them cavalry, well, they will lay waste to the old world on a scale never previously known.
The man was giving Richard one last chance to change his mind, and a last chance to make it clear that he would not lose his sense of purpose at their expense. Richard didn't shy away from the implied question. He instead took a deep breath as he clasped his hands behind his back. You know, Benjamin, I remember a time when the mere mention of Daharan soldiers struck fear into my heart. The men nearby nodded in regret for an edge lost. By drawing us into a final battle that we can't possibly win, Richard told them, Jagang has succeeded in making Daharan soldiers look weak and vulnerable. We are no longer feared. Because they now see us as weak, they think they can do as they will with us. I believe that this is our last chance to win the war. If we let it slip away, we are lost. I don't want this chance wasted. Nothing is to be spared. I want Jagang to receive word from messenger after messenger that all the old world is burning. I want them to think that the underworld itself has opened up to swallow them. I want to again make people tremble in paralyzing fear at the very idea of avenging Daharan soldiers coming after them. I want every man, woman, and child from the old world to fear the phantom legions of Daharans from the north. I want everyone in the old world to come to hate the Order for bringing such suffering down upon them. I want a howl to raise from the old world to end the war. That's all I have to say, gentlemen. I don't think we have a moment to lose, so let's get to it. Men filled with a new resolve saluted as they filed past Richard, thanking him and saying that they would get the job done. Richard watched them dashing out into the steady rain toward their troops. Lord Rahl, General Meifert said as he stepped closer, I just want you to know that even if you aren't with us, you have led us in the coming battle. While it may not be one big battle like everyone was expecting, you have given the men something they would not have had without you. If this works, then your leadership is what will have reversed the course of the war. Richard watched the rain dripping off the edge of the canvas awning in a curtain of beaded water. The ground was turning muddy beneath the boots of the soldiers as they dashed in every direction. The sight reminded Richard of the vision of kneeling in the mud, his wrists bound behind his back, a knife at his throat. In his mind, he could hear Kahlan screaming his name. He remembered his helplessness, his sense of his world ending. He had to swallow back the unbidden rising terror. The sound of Kahlan's screams made his very marrow ache. Verna stepped up beside the general. He's right, Richard. I don't like the idea of pulling people other than soldiers into the fight, but everything you said is true. They are the ones who brought this about. This is about the survival of civilization itself, and in that, they have made themselves part of the battle. There is no other way. The sisters will do as you have asked. You have my word as prelate.
Richard had feared that she would hold out against the plan. He was too grateful for words that she had not. He embraced her tightly and whispered, "Thank you." He had always believed that those on his side had to not only understand the reasons they were fighting, but to do so with or without him, do so for themselves. He now believed that they did grasp the truth of everything at stake, and would fight not just because it was their duty, but for themselves. Verna held Richard out at arm's length and peered into his eyes. "What's wrong?" Richard shook his head. "I'm just so sick of the terrible things that are happening to people. I just want this nightmare to end." Verna showed him a small smile. "You have shown us the way to make that come about, Richard." "What part do you plan to play in this, Lord Rahl?" the general asked when Richard turned away from Verna. "If I might ask, that is." Richard sighed as he put his mind back to the matter at hand. As he did, the terrible vision faded. "I'm afraid that there is serious trouble with magic. The Imperial Order is only one of the threats that must be dealt with." General Meifert frowned. "What sort of trouble?" Richard didn't think he could explain the whole story again, so he kept it short and to the point. "The woman who made you a general is missing. She is in the hands of some of the Sisters of the Dark." The man looked completely puzzled. "Made me general?" He squinted off into the haze of his memory. "I can't recall." "It's all wrapped up in the trouble that has developed with magic." The general and Verna shared a look. "It was Lord Rahl's wife, Kahlan," Kara said. "She's the one, Benjamin, who named you general." His expression turned to astonishment. Kara shrugged. "It's a long story for another time," she added as she laid a hand on his shoulder. "None of us but Lord Rahl remembers her. It was a spell called chain fire." "Chain fire?" Verna grew yet more suspicious. "What sisters?" "Sister Ulyssia and her other teachers," Nietzsche said. "They found an ancient spell called chain fire and initiated it." Verna regarded Nietzsche rather coolly. "I guess you would know what kind of trouble those women are, since you were one of them." "Yes," Nietzsche said wearily. "And you captured Richard and took him to the Palace of the Prophets. Had you not, he would not have destroyed the Great Barrier, and the Imperial Order would be back in the old world right now, not the new. If you want to start assigning blame, the Sisters of the Dark would never have encountered Richard had you not captured him in the first place and taken him back across the barrier to the old world." Verna pressed her lips tight. Richard knew the look and what was coming. "All right," he said in a low voice before they could start going at it. "We all did what we had to at the time, what we thought best. I've made my share of mistakes as well. We can only shape the future, not the past." Verna's mouth twisted with a look that said she would like nothing more than to continue the argument, but she knew better. "You're right." "Of course he is," Kara said. "He is the Lord Rahl." In spite of herself, Verna smiled. "I guess he is, Kara. He has come to fulfill prophecy, even if he didn't intend to." "No," Richard said. "I have come to try to help us save ourselves. This isn't over yet. And prophecy, in the case of what you're talking about, has a different meaning." Verna's suspicion returned in a flash. "What meaning?" "I don't have time to go into it right now. I need to get back and see if Zed and the others have come up with anything." "You mean about finding your wife, Lord Rahl?" "Yes, General, but it gets worse. Other things are happening. There is fundamental trouble with magic." "Such as?" Verna pressed. Richard appraised her eyes. "You need to know that the chimes have contaminated the world of life. Magic itself has been corrupted. Part of it has already failed. There is no telling when yet more of it will fail or how soon. We have to get back and see what can be done, if anything. Anne is there, along with Nathan, and they are working with Zed to find some answers." Before Verna could launch into a barrage of questions, Richard turned his attention to the general. "One last thing. With no army here to stand in their way, I'm sure that Jagang will try to take the People's Palace." General Meifert scratched his head of blond hair as he thought it over. I suppose. He looked up. But the palace is high on a huge plateau. There are only two ways up, the small road with the drawbridge, or through the great inner doors. If the great doors were closed, there's not going to be any assault up that way, and the road is pretty useless for an armed attack. Still, the general said, just to be on the safe side, I would advise that we send some of our best men up to the palace as reinforcements. With all of us heading south, Commander General Trimac and the First File will be facing Jagang's entire army all alone. But still, an assault on the palace? He shook his head skeptically. The palace is impenetrable.
Jagang has gifted with him, Kara reminded him. And don't forget, Lord Raoul, those sisters made it into the palace before, way back in the beginning. Remember? Before Richard could answer, Verna caught his arm and turned him back to her frown. Why would those sisters ignite this spell you mentioned, this chain fire spell? To make people forget that Kahlan exists. But why would they want to do such a thing? Richard sighed. Sister Ulyssia wanted to get Kahlan into the people's palace to steal the boxes of Orden. The chain fire spell was designed to make a person the same thing as invisible. With the chain fire spell ignited on Kahlan, no one remembers her. No one remembers that she walked right in and took the boxes out of the Garden of Life. Took the boxes? Verna blinked in astonishment. What in the world for? Sister Ulyssia put them in play, Nietzsche said. Dear Creator, Verna said as she pressed a hand to her forehead. I will leave some sisters there with a stern warning. Maybe you ought to be one of them, Richard said as he glanced out and saw the wind come up to carry the rain sideways at times. We can't allow the palace to fall. Causing havoc down in the old world is relatively simple conjuring for the sisters. Defending the palace from Jagang's horde and his gifted may be a much greater challenge. Perhaps you're right, she admitted as she pulled a lock of wind-borne wavy hair back off her face. Meanwhile, I'll see what I can do to stop Ulyssia and her Sisters of the Dark. Richard glanced around at Nietzsche and Kara, then out at all the men rushing about through the rain to carry out their new mission. I need to get back. General Meifert clapped his fist over his heart. We will be the steel against steel, Lord Raoul, so that you can be the magic against the magic. Verna touched Richard's cheek, her brown eyes welling up. Take care, Richard. We all need you. He nodded and gave her a warm smile, putting more than words could say into it. General Meifert slipped an arm around Kara's waist. Could I escort you to your horses? Kara smiled up at him in a very feminine way. I think we would like that. Nietzsche pulled the hood of her cloak up as they ducked out into the downpour. She looked over at Richard and frowned suspiciously. Where did you get such an idea as the Phantom Legion? He put a hand on the small of her back and guided her into the downpour. Shota gave me the thought when she said I needed to stop chasing phantoms. She implied that a phantom can't be found, can't be caught. I want these men to be phantoms. She gently circled an arm around his shoulders as they sprinted for their horses. You did the right thing, Richard. She must have read the sorrow in his eyes. Chapter 26. Rachel yawned. Seemingly out of nowhere, Violet spun around and clouted her hard enough to knock her off the rock she'd been sitting on. Stunned, Rachel pushed herself up on an arm. She cradled her cheek in one hand, waiting for the stupefying pain to loosen its grip, waiting for everything around her to come back into focus. Satisfied, Violet turned back to her work. Rachel had been so groggy from not sleeping that she hadn't been paying attention, allowing Violet's blow to take her completely by surprise. Rachel's eyes watered with the tingling hurt, but she knew better than to say anything or to make a show of the pain. Yawning is impolite at best, disrespectful at worst. Violet's plump face peered back over her shoulder. If you don't behave, then the next time I'll use the whip. Yes, Queen Violet," Rachel answered in a meek voice. She knew all too well that Violet wasn't making an empty threat. Rachel was so tired she could hardly keep her eyes open. She had once been Violet's playmate, but now she seemed to be nothing more than an object of abuse. Violet had become preoccupied with extracting revenge. At night, she had an iron device fastened in Rachel's mouth. It was a terrifying process. Rachel was made to stick her tongue into a beak-like clamp made of two flat, scored pieces of iron. The jaws were then tightened down hard enough to grip her tongue. Resisting, Rachel had learned, earned her a whipping, followed by guards prying her mouth open and then using painful tongs on her tender tongue to help accomplish the task of getting it placed in the clamp. They always won in the end. Her tongue had nowhere to hide. Once the clamp was on her tongue, then the iron mask that was a part of it was locked around her head to keep her tongue immobile. Once it was on, Rachel couldn't speak. It was hard even to swallow. After that, Violet locked her in her old iron box for the night. She said she wanted Rachel to know what it was like to be mute and in pain. And it was painful. Being locked in her iron cage all night with that terrible device clamped down on her tongue had nearly driven her crazy. At first, terrified out of her mind by the feeling of being trapped and alone, unable to get out, unable to get that painful thing off, she had screamed and screamed. Chuckling, Violet merely threw a heavy rug over the box to mute Rachel's cries. Crying and screaming, though, only made the iron jaws pinching her tongue hurt all the more and leave her bloody. But what finally made her stop crying and screaming was that Violet came and put her face right up to the little window and said that if Rachel didn't be quiet, she would have Six cut Rachel's tongue out for real. Rachel knew that Six would do it if Violet asked. After that, she didn't scream or carry on. She instead curled up in a ball in her little iron prison and tried to remember all the things Chase had taught her. That, in the end, was what had calmed her. Chase would have told her not to think of her present predicament, but to keep watching for the time when she could get herself out of it. Chase had taught her how to watch for patterns in the way people behaved and openings where they weren't paying attention. So that was what she did as she lay in the iron box every night, unable to sleep as she waited for morning to come, waited for the men who would pull her out of the box and remove the terrible device for the day. Rachel could hardly eat because her tongue was so raw and scraped, not that they gave her much to eat anyway. Each morning her tongue throbbed painfully for hours after the clamp was removed. Her jaws hurt, too, from her mouth being held open all night by the device. Eating hurt. But then when she did eat, everything tasted like dirty metal. Talking hurt, too, so she only spoke when Violet asked her something. Violet, seeing how Rachel would avoid speaking, would sometimes smile in a contemptuous manner and call Rachel her little mute. Rachel was completely dispirited by once again being in the clutches of such a wicked person, and sad beyond anything she had ever known because Chase was gone. She couldn't get the memory of him being so brutally hurt out of her mind. She grieved endlessly for him. Her heartache, misery, and utter loneliness seemed unendurable. When Violet wasn't at her drawing lessons, or ordering people to do things, or eating, or trying on jewels, or being fitted for dresses, then she amused herself by hurting Rachel. Sometimes, reminding Rachel of how she had once threatened her with a fire stick, Violet would hold Rachel by the wrist and put a little white-hot ember from the fire on her arm. Still, Rachel's sorrow for Chase hurt her worse than anything Violet could ever do to her. With Chase gone, it almost didn't matter what happened to her. Violet needed to discipline Rachel, as she'd put it, for all the terrible things Rachel had done. Violet had decided that losing her tongue had in large part somehow been Rachel's fault. Violet had said that it was going to take a long time for Rachel to earn forgiveness for such a serious transgression,
and also for showing disrespect by escaping the castle. Violet viewed Rachel's escape as a shameful rejection of what she called their generosity to a worthless orphan. She often went on and on at great length about all the trouble she and her mother had gone to for Rachel, only to have her turn out to be an ungrateful waif. When Violet eventually tired of hurting her, Rachel suspected that she would be put to death. She'd heard Violet ordering the deaths of prisoners accused of high crimes. If someone displeased her enough, or if Six told her that the person was a threat to the crown, then Violet would order their execution. If the person had made the grave mistake of openly questioning Violet's authority or rule, then Violet would tell her guards to make it slow and make it painful. She sometimes went to watch, just to make sure that it was. Rachel remembered back when Queen Milena had ordered executions and Violet had first begun to go watch. As her playmate, Rachel had to go along with her. Rachel always averted her eyes from the ghastly sight. Violet never did. Six had set up a whole system whereby people could secretly report the names of those people who said things against the Queen. Six had told Violet that people who made such reports had to be rewarded for their loyalty. Violet paid handsomely for the names of traitors. Since the time when Rachel had been with her before, Violet had acquired a new fondness for inflicting pain. Six often commented that pain was a good teacher. Violet had become exceedingly fond of the notion that she controlled the lives of others, that on her word other people could be made to suffer. She had also become acutely suspicious of everyone but Six, that is, who she'd come to rely on as the only person who could be trusted. Violet greatly distrusted most of her loyal subjects, frequently referring to them as nobodies. Rachel remembered that Violet used to call her a nobody. When Rachel had lived at the castle before, people had been careful to watch themselves lest they cross the wrong people, but it was more a sense that they were just being on their toes. People had been afraid of Queen Milena, and with good reason, but they still would smile and laugh at times. The washwomen would gossip. The cooks would now and then make funny faces in the food. The cleaning staff would whistle as they went about their chores, and the soldiers would sometimes tell jokes to one another as they walked the halls of the castle during guard duty. Now there was quiet quaking whenever Queen Violet or Six were around. None of the cleaning staff, the washwomen, the seamstresses, the cooks, or the soldiers ever smiled or laughed. They all looked afraid all the time as they hurried to do their work. The atmosphere at the castle now was always charged with terror, that at any time anyone might be pointed out. Everyone went out of their way to openly show respect for the Queen, especially in front of her tall, grim advisor. People seemed to fear Six just as much as they feared Violet. When Six smiled with that strange, empty, snake-like smile she had, people would stand frozen in place, wide-eyed, sweat breaking out across their brows, and then swallow in relief after she had glided out of sight. "Right here," Six said. "Right here what?" Violet asked as she gnawed on a breadstick. Rachel eased herself back up on the rock where she had been sitting. She reminded herself to pay more attention. The slap was her own fault for getting bored and not paying attention. No, it wasn't, she told herself. It was Violet's fault. Chase had told her not to take on blame that belonged to others. Chase. Her heart sank yet again thinking about him. She had to put her mind to other things, lest she end up being so sad thinking about him that she start to weep. Violet was not at all tolerant of anything Rachel did without permission. That included crying. "Right there," Six said again with exaggerated patience. When Violet only stared at her, Six drew a long finger across the face of the torchlit rock wall. "What is missing?" Violet leaned in, peering at the wall. Where is the sun?" "Well,"
Violet said in a snippy voice as she stood up straight again and waggled a finger at the yellow disk. Right there. Surely you can see that this is the sun. Six glared at her a moment. Yes, of course I see that it's the sun, my queen. Her empty smile returned. But where is it in the sky? Violet tapped the chalk against her chin. The sky? Yes. Where is it in the sky? Straight up? Six pointed her finger skyward. Are we meant to understand that we are looking straight up at the sun in the sky? Is it high noon? Well, no, of course it's not high noon. We know it can't be. It's supposed to be late in the day. You know that, too. Really? And how are we to know that? After all, it makes no difference what I know it must be. The drawing must say what is. It can't elicit comment from me, now can it? I guess not, Violet admitted. Six again drew her fingers across the wall beneath the sun. What's missing, then? Missing, Violet muttered. Oh! She quickly drew a straight line right where Six had indicated with her finger. The horizon. We need to fix the time of day with the horizon. You told me that before. I guess it slipped my mind. She stared over at Six. It's a lot to remember, you know. All this stuff is hard to keep straight. Six held the cold smile frozen in place. Yes, my queen, of course it is. I apologize for forgetting how hard it was for me to learn all these things way back when I was your age. The drawing that Violet was working on was complex beyond anything else in the cave, but Six was always there to remind Violet of the right thing to draw at the right time. Violet shook the chalk at Six. You would be well advised to keep that in mind. Six carefully knitted her fingers together. Yes, my queen, of course. She pursed her lips and finally drew her glare away from Violet as she turned back to the wall. Now, at this point we need the star chart for this domain. I can give you the lesson in the specific reasons later if you want. But for now, why don't I just show you what's necessary? Violet glanced to where Six was pointing and shrugged. Sure. She went back to sucking on the breadstick as she waited. Six opened a small book. Violet leaned in, squinting in the flickering light. Six tapped the page with a long nail as Violet finally bit through the crunchy breadstick. See the azimuth? Remember the lesson about the referent angle to the horizon for this star here? Yes, Violet drawled, looking like she actually did know what Six was talking about. That would involve this angular reference here then, right? Yes, that's right. It's an aspect of the binding agent that ties it all together. Violet nodded. In turn, tying it to him, she said thoughtfully. That's right. The link is one element of what is necessary to lock it in place at the time of the concluding connection. That, in turn, makes the horizon you just drew necessary to fix this angle. Otherwise, it would be a floating correlation. Violet was nodding again. I think I see, now, why they have to connect. If the interrelationship is not fixed, she straightened and gestured to an arc of symbols, then these could happen any time, today, tomorrow, or I don't know, a dozen years from now. Six smiled in a sly manner. Correct. Violet smiled in triumph at her accomplishment. But where do we get all these symbols? And how do we know where to use them in the drawing? For that matter, how do we know that they are needed at the precise points that you had me draw them? Six took a patient breath. Well, I could teach it all to you first,
But that will take about 20 years of study. Are you willing to wait that long for vengeance?
Violet's frown darkened.
No.
Six shrugged.
Then I suggest that the shortcut of me helping direct the design is the shortest route to the result.
Violet screwed up her mouth.
I suppose. You have the basics, my queen. You are doing quite well for this stage of developing your talent. I assure you, even though I am helping you with some of the complexities, none of this would function without your considerable talent added in. I couldn't make this work without your ability.
Violet smiled like a prize pupil. Taking another careful look in the volume Six was holding open, Violet finally went back to the wall, carefully drawing the elements she needed from the book. Rachel was amazed at how well Violet actually could draw. All the walls of the cave, from the entrance all the way back into the deep place where they were working, were covered with drawings. They were stuck in every available space. In places it looked like they had been squeezed into small spots left between older drawings. Some of the drawings were very good, with details like shading. Most, though, were simple drawings of bones, crops, snakes, or other animals. There were pictures of people drinking from mugs with skulls and crossed bones on them. In one place, a woman, looking like she was made of sticks, was running out of a house that was on fire. The woman, too, was covered in the flames. In another spot, a man was in the water beside a sinking boat. In another scene, a snake was biting a man's ankle. The walls were also covered with pictures of caskets and graves of all sorts. All the pictures had one thing in common, though. They were of terrible things. But there was not one single drawing in the entire cave that began to approach the complexity of the thing Violet was drawing. Other drawings were only infrequently life-size pictures of people, and even those only had a few things added, like rocks falling on them, or them being trampled beneath a horse. Most of the drawings showed the same sorts of things, but were only a few hands' widths across. Violet's drawing, though, went on and on for dozens of feet, from the ground to as high as she could reach, working its way deeper into the cave. Violet had drawn the entire thing all by herself, with Six guiding her along the way, of course. What alarmed Rachel the most, though, was that after Violet had been working on the drawing for quite some time, after she had drawn in stars and formulas and diagrams and strange complex symbols, she had, in the center of it all, finally drawn a figure of a person. The figure was Richard. Violet's drawing was unlike anything else in the cave. It made them all look simple and crude by comparison. The other drawings all had easy, obvious things in them, like maybe a thundercloud with angled lines for rain, or a wolf baring its teeth, or a man simply clutching his chest as he fell back. There was little else on the walls but a few simple things around the figures. Violet's drawing was covered with things that were completely different. There were numbers and designs, words in strange languages, some written along the lines of diagrams, numbers carefully placed where angles came together, and there were strange geometric symbols cast everywhere throughout the illustration. Whenever Violet drew any of those symbols, Six would stand close, concentrating, whispering guidance for every single line, sometimes correcting where Violet was about to place the chalk, preventing her from even touching it to the wall for the next line, lest it be out of sequence or out of place. Once, Six even became alarmed and snatched Violet's wrist before she could touch the chalk to the wall. Sighing in relief, Six then moved Violet's hand and helped her begin in the correct place. Unlike every other drawing in the cave, Violet's was done in different colors. The other drawings all along the way deep into the cave to where Violet had started hers were simple chalk drawings. Violet's drawing had green trees in one spot, blue water in another, a yellow sun, and red clouds. Some of the designs were done entirely in white, while others were multicolored, yet in an orderly manner of colors. And, unlike every other drawing, When they left the cave and Rachel looked back, she could see elements of the drawing glowing in the dark. It was not the chalk that made it glow, because the same chalk in other places in the drawing did not glow in the dark. There was also a part of one symbol that glowed when left to the darkness. It was a strange face glowing out from an otherwise dark drawing made entirely of complex designs. Whenever the torch was near, the face wasn't visible, and it only looked like a network of lines. Rachel could never see what aspects of the design could possibly make up the face, but in the dark it stared out at her, the eyes following her, watching her leave. The thing that really gave Rachel goosebumps, though, was the picture of Richard. It was a drawing done so well that Rachel could actually recognize him by his face alone. It amazed Rachel to see how well Violet could draw. There were other things to tell who Richard was, though, even if the drawing hadn't been so good. His black outfit was depicted accurately, just the way Rachel remembered it. It even had some of the mysterious symbols drawn around the edge of his tunic. Six had been very careful in her guidance of precisely how Violet was to draw those designs. In Violet's picture, Richard also wore the flowing cape that looked to be made of spun gold. The way Violet had drawn it made it look almost like he was in water. All around him, too, were wavy colored areas that Six called auras. Each color had complex formulas and designs lying between them and Richard. Six had said that at the end, as the final step, those interposing elements between him and his essence would be connected to form an intervening barrier. Whatever that meant, Rachel didn't know, but it was obvious that it was important to Violet. Six seemed especially proud of that part, of the intervening barrier elements. She would sometimes stand for long periods of time and just stare at them. In the picture, Richard had the sword of truth, but it was drawn faintly, as if it was there with him, but not. It almost seemed part of him, the way Violet had drawn it, with Richard holding it so that it crossed his chest, yet Rachel couldn't tell for sure if he really was meant to be holding it because it was drawn so faintly. Violet had worked hard to make it that way. Six had her do it over several times because she said that it was too substantive. Rachel was puzzled by the sword being drawn with Richard, since Samuel had Richard's sword now. Still, it somehow only seemed right for Richard to be drawn with the sword. Maybe Six felt that way, too. Violet stood back, cocking her head, appraising her work. Six stood transfixed, staring at it as if no one else were there with her. She reached out tentatively and lightly touched the designs around Richard.
"How long until we make the final connection of elements?" Violet asked.
As Six's fingers moved slowly, lightly along the designs, some of the interposing elements responded to her touch, sparkling and glowing in the dim light.
"Soon," she whispered. "Soon."
Chapter 27.
"Lord Thrall!"
Richard turned just in time to see Berdine, in a dead run, leap toward him. She landed against his chest, throwing her arms and legs around him. The impact drove the wind from his lungs. Her long single braid of wavy brown hair whipped around him. Richard staggered back a step as he put his arms around her to help keep her from falling. With her arms and legs clinging to him, though, she didn't appear to need his help. Richard had rarely seen even a flying squirrel make a better leap. Despite everything on his mind, he could not help but to smile at Berdine's exuberance. Who would have thought that a moored Sith would ever again come to be as spontaneously joyful as a little girl? She sat back, gripping his shoulders, legs locked around his middle, grinning at him. She looked over at Kara's scowl.
"He still likes me best, I can tell."
Kara simply rolled her eyes. With his hands on Berdine's waist, Richard lifted her and set her down. She was shorter than most of the other moored Sith Richard knew. She was also more voluptuous and far more vivacious. Richard had always found her to be a rather disarming combination of guileless sensuality combined with a mischievous, playful nature. Like any of the moored Sith, though, she also possessed the potential for instantaneous, ruthless violence, lying hidden just below the sparkling surface of her childlike wonder. She also loved Richard passionately and openly, but in an honest, innocent, filial sort of manner. "You are a sight to warm my heart, Berdine. How are you?" She puzzled at him.
"Lord Rahl, I am Lord Sith. How do you think I am?"
"As much trouble as ever," he said under his breath. She smiled, pleased by the comment.
"We heard that you were here earlier, but I just missed you. That's twice I've missed you recently. I wasn't going to let you vanish again without seeing you. We have so much to talk about that I don't even know where to begin."
Richard looked down the broad corridor, across the expanse of richly veined golden marble set in a diagonal pattern with a border of black granite, and saw a knot of soldiers marching toward him at a brisk pace. High overhead, rain beat steadily against skylights that let in flat gray light. Somehow that dull light managed to gather and reflect brightly off the polished breastplates of the soldiers. All of them had crescent axes hooked at their belts, along with the swords and long knives they also carried. Some of the men were armed with crossbows that were cocked and ready to fire. Those men, given ample clearance by the others, wore black gloves. Their crossbows were loaded with deadly-looking red-fletched arrows. The halls were crowded with people of every sort, from those who lived and worked there to people who had come to trade or sell goods. All of them gave the approaching soldiers ample space. At the same time, they watched Richard while trying not to look like they were watching him. When Richard met their gazes or caught them looking, some tipped their heads in a bow, while others fell to one knee. Richard smiled, trying to put them at ease. It was a rare event, in recent years anyway, when the Lord Rahl was home in his palace. Richard could hardly expect people not to be curious to see him. In his black war wizard's outfit, along with the flowing golden cape, he was hard to miss. He still couldn't think of such a place as his home, though. In his own heart he thought of the Heartland Woods as home. He had grown up walking among towering trees, not lofty stone pillars. Commander General Trimac of the First File at the People's Palace came to a smart halt, and in salute thumped a fist against the shaped leather armor over his chest. The soft metallic rattle of gear died out after the dozen men with him all saluted together. These men, constantly scanning the halls and appraising each of the people moving past, were the Lord Rahl's personal guards when he was at his palace. They each took in Kara and swiftly assessed Nietzsche standing just beside Richard. These men were the ring of steel that kept harm from getting a look at the Lord Rahl. They served in the First File because they were the most skilled and loyal of all the Daharan troops. After the salute, the commander added a bow to Kara and then Richard.
"Lord Rahl, we're pleased to have you home at last."
"I'm afraid, General Trimac, that it's only a brief visit. I can't stay." Richard gestured to Kara and Nietzsche. "We've got urgent business and have to leave at once." General Trimac, looking sincerely disappointed but not entirely surprised, sighed. He then appeared to have a thought and brightened a bit.
"Did you find the woman, your wife, who had been up in the Garden of Life and left that statue you found there?"
Richard felt a pang of anguish for Kahlan. He felt guilty for not doing more to find her. How could he let other matters keep him from finding Kahlan? How could there be anything important enough to distract him from finding her? He tried not to think of the vision of her that Shota had given him. It seemed like, with everything going on, he had pushed aside his search for the one person who meant the most to him. He knew that was not the way it really was, that it couldn't be helped, but still, he needed to get back to the keep and back to working on a way to find her. Even while working on other things, she was never really out of his thoughts. He kept trying to think of where Sister Ulyssia would have taken Kahlan. Now that they had the boxes of Orden, or at least 2 of them, where would the sisters go? What could they be up to? If he could figure that out, Then maybe he could go after them. It had also occurred to him that they still needed the Book of Counted Shadows in order to open the right box of Orden, so it was possible that if he simply sat still in one place long enough, they would have to come to him, since the book only existed now in his memory. The simple fact was, unless they were willing to guess and risk being wrong, they needed the Book of Counted Shadows to open the right box, and Richard could not imagine that they would risk the loss of what they believed would be their immortality on chance. They needed the key that only he had to unlock the solution to opening the correct box. Kahlan was part of the key to that solution, but they still needed what only Richard had. The only method he could think of to find her was to learn everything he could about chain fire and the boxes of Orden, and somewhere in that mix, maybe there would be a clue as to what the sisters would do next. The books he needed to study to that end, along with the people who understood them best, and had by far the most experience at such things, were at the keep. He needed to get back there. Richard looked to the general's waiting eyes. "Not yet, I'm afraid. We're still looking for her, but thank you for your concern." No one but Richard even remembered her smile, the shadow of her soul showing in her green eyes. At times, Kahlan didn't even seem real to him, either. She seemed impossible, like no one who could be all that he remembered, like she could only be an invention of his deepest desires in life. He could understand the difficulty those closest to him had in dealing with the situation.
"Sorry to hear that, Lord Rahl."
The general scanned the throngs moving down the hallway.
"I trust that at least you are not here this time in the middle of a mess of trouble."
It was Richard's turn to sigh. How to begin? "In a way, I am."
"The Imperial Order army is continuing to advance on Dahara?"
the general guessed. Richard nodded. "I'm afraid so. The long and the short of it is, General, I've given our forces orders that they are not to engage Emperor Jagang's army in battle, because they don't have the numbers to stand a chance. It would be a slaughter for no purpose, and Jagang would still end up having the New World all to himself." General Tremak scratched a scar that stood out white against the ruddy skin at the back of his jaw.
"What other option is there, Lord Rahl, but to meet the enemy in battle?"
His quiet, simple words had the sound of advice, of caution born of experience, of hope balanced on a razor's edge of despair. For a moment, Richard listened to the cathedral whisper of feet against stone as the crowds moved steadily through the hallway. "I've ordered our forces to set out at once to lay waste to the old world." Richard turned his glare back to the general. "They wanted war? I intend to jam their wish down their throats and see them choke to death on it." At the startling news, the mouths of some of the men dropped open. Commander General Tremak stared in surprise for a moment. Then he thoughtfully stroked the scar with a single finger. A sly look finally showed that, despite his initial surprise, he was beginning to like the idea.
"I guess this means that the first file will be called upon to keep the bastards out of the palace."
Richard marked the man's steady gaze. "Do you think you can do it?" A crooked smile curled across the general's mouth.
"Lord Rahl, my humble talent will hardly be the margin of safety for the palace. Your ancestors built this place as they did, specifically to prevent anyone from taking it."
He gestured at the soaring columns, walls, and balconies all around them.
"Besides the natural defenses, this place is invested with powers that weaken any of the enemy gifted."
Richard knew that the palace was built in the shape of a spell that strengthened the power of any Rahl within the palace and sapped the strength of any other gifted person. The whole palace itself was constructed in the form of an emblem. To that extent, Richard understood its shape and the general nature of its meaning. He could read the motif of strength inherent in the pattern. Unfortunately, that spell would weaken even those with the gift who were on his side, such as Verna. He needed Verna to be able to help protect the palace, but if he and the sisters with her were weakened by that spell, then she would have a harder time defending the place. The balance to that, he supposed, was that anyone attacking would have the same problem, so they would not have an advantage over Verna and her sisters. There was no alternative but to count on Verna to do her best. Besides reinforcements, I'm sending some sisters here, along with Verna, their prelate. General Trimac nodded.
I know the woman. She's a stubborn one when she's happy, and impossible when she's not.
I'll be glad she'll be on our side, Lord Rahl, and not the other way around.
Richard had to smile. The man did indeed know Verna. I'll return when I can, General. In the meantime, I'll count on you to safeguard the People's Palace.
The great inner doors will have to be sealed.
Do what you think best, General.
The great doors are invested with the same power as the rest of the palace, so they are not a weak link that will provide any opportunity for attack. The only problem with closing the doors is that it puts an end to commerce, which is the lifeblood of the palace, in peacetime anyway.
Richard watched the throngs of people making their way through the passageway and along the balconies above. With what's coming, commerce is not going to be possible at the palace anyway. No one is going to be able to travel the Azareth Plain, or anywhere else in the New World for that matter. Trade everywhere is being disrupted. Prepare for a long siege. The man shrugged.
That's what enemy armies historically do, sit out there and hope to starve us out. Can't be done. Out on the Azareth Plain, they'll starve first. Will you be coming back, Lord Rahl, to help in the protection of the palace?
Richard swiped a hand across his mouth. I don't know when I'll be able to return, but I will if I can, I promise. For now, I have to put my mind to this new effort. We're going to try to kill the Order by cutting out its heart, rather than trying to fight its muscle.
And if they lay siege to the palace in the meantime, and you need to return, how will you be able to get back in?
Well, I don't have a dragon, so I can't fly in. When the man only stared blankly at him, Richard cleared his throat and said, If need be, I can come back the way I came today, with the aid of magic, through the sliff. The general didn't look like he understood, but he accepted Richard's word without question. I'm on my way back there now, General. If you want, you can escort us and see it for yourself. He looked somewhat relieved to be invited to be allowed to do his job of protecting the Lord Rahl. Richard took Berdine's arm and started walking her down the hall as all the soldiers fanned out to perform a protective perimeter. Berdine was considerably shorter than Richard, so he leaned down a bit to speak without raising his voice. I need to know some things. Have you been translating any more of Kolo's journal? She grinned like a maid full of gossip. I'll say I have. Because of some of the things Kolo had to say, though, I've had to start researching other books as well, so that I could better understand how it all fits together. She leaned closer. There were things going on that we didn't even realize before when we worked on it together. We had only scratched the surface. Richard didn't think that she knew the half of it. Do any of those things have to do with First Wizard Baracus? Berdine abruptly halted and stared at him. How did you know that? Chapter 28. Richard reached back, took Berdine by the arm, and pulled her along with him. I'll explain it later, when I have more time. What did Kolo write about Baracus in his journal? Well, what Kolo wrote is only part of the story. Kolo just hinted at some of what was going on, to fill in the blanks. I started reading the books in your restricted private libraries. It never failed to amaze Richard that, being the Lord Rahl, he now had access to such restricted libraries. He could not begin to imagine the wealth of knowledge contained in all those volumes. What kind of books? Berdine pointed. One of them is on the way, not in the common areas, but deeper in the private sections of the palace, places where almost no one is ever allowed. I'll show you. Part of it has to do with something called central sites. Keeping pace on the other side of him, Nietzsche leaned in. Nathan told me that he read some things about places called central sites. Like what? Richard asked. Nietzsche pulled her blonde hair away from the side of her face and back over her shoulder. The central sites are top-secret libraries. Back sometime near or after the Great War, the central sites were established as a safe, secure, and hidden place to keep books there that were considered too dangerous to be known except by a very restricted select group of a few people. Nathan said that he thinks there were maybe a half-dozen of these sites. That's right, Berdine said. She looked around to make sure that none of the soldiers following them were close enough to hear. Lord Rall, I found a reference where it implied that at least some of these sites were marked with the names of a Lord Rall from prophecy. Richard halted. You mean they put his name on a gravestone? Berdine's brow lifted. That's right. It mentioned that these places, these libraries, were kept with the bones. They thought, from what they knew of prophecy, that the future Lord Rall would need to find books that were kept there, and so, in at least one instance that I found mentioned, it said they put his name on a grave marker. In Casca. Berdine snapped his finger, then shook it at him. That's the place I saw named. How did you know? I've been there. My name is on a big monument in the graveyard. You were there? Why? What were you looking for? What did you find? I found a book, Chain Fire, that helped prove what happened to my wife. Berdine glanced to Kara and to Nietzsche before looking back at Richard. I've been hearing rumors about you having a wife. At first I thought it had to be just crazy gossip. So it's really true, then? Richard took a deep breath as he marched through the corridor, surrounded by guards and watched by the passing crowds. He didn't feel up to explaining to Berdine that she knew Kahlan, and had, in fact, spent a great deal of time with her. It's true, he said simply. Lord Rall, what's this all about? Richard waved off the question. It's a long story, and I don't have the time to tell it right now. What is it about these central sites that has you so worked up? Well, Berdine said as she leaned in again while they rushed down the broad hallway, you remember how Baracus killed himself after he came back from the Temple of the Winds? Richard glanced over at her. Yes? There was something behind it. Behind it? What do you mean? Berdine came to a side passageway guarded by two men with lances. As they took in Richard and his entourage, they clapped fists to their hearts and stepped aside. Berdine pulled open one of the double doors clad in metal. It had a picture of a courtyard garden meticulously embossed in the polished surface. Beyond the door, the smaller hallway of rich mahogany paneling was empty of people. It was the entrance into the private areas of the palace. I haven't been able to figure out what, but I believe that Baracus did something while he was at the Temple of the Winds. Berdine glanced back at him to make sure he was paying attention. Something big, something significant. Richard nodded as he followed Berdine down the empty hallway. When Baracus was at the Temple of the Winds, he somehow ensured I would be born with subtractive magic. This time it was Nietzsche who snatched Richard's arm and yanked him to a halt, spinning him around to face her. What? Where did you ever get an idea like that? Richard blinked at her shocked expression. Shota told me. And how would Shota know such a thing? Richard shrugged. You know witch women. They see things in the flow of time. Some of it I put together from the pieces of history that I know. Nietzsche looked anything but convinced. Why in the world would Baracus ever do such a thing? Shota tries to tell you that, out of the blue, this ancient wizard just happened to travel to the underworld, and while he was there he thought, what? As long as he was already there, he might as well see to it that when some fellow named Richard Rall is born 3,000 years from then, he might as well be born with subtractive magic? Richard gave her a look. It's a little more complicated than that, Nietzsche. I'm pretty sure that he did it to counter what another wizard had done when he'd been there before. That lizard was Lothane. Remember him, Berdine? Of course. Lothane was a spy. Berdine gasped. That's what Kolo thought. That he had been a spy all along, planted there to lie in wait for an opportunity to strike. Kolo didn't believe that Lothane had just gone crazy or something like everyone assumed. That was the common story at the time.
that the stress and danger of his job had just gotten to Lothane, and he couldn't handle it anymore, that he simply lost his mind. Kolo never made a point of telling other people what he thought, because he didn't think that they would believe him, and also because people had started to think that it was Baracus who was the spy.
Richard frowned as he started out again. Baracus? That's crazy.
That's what Kolo thought, too. What did this wizard Lothane supposedly do? Nietzsche asked in a forceful voice, meant to bring him back to the subject at hand and to underline the seriousness of her question. Richard gazed into her blue eyes a moment and saw there not just Nietzsche, but the powerful sorceress she in fact was. Because of her stunning features, her intent blue eyes, and the way she treated him with such regard, to say nothing of her steadfast friendship, it was easy to forget that this was a sorceress who had seen and done things he could hardly begin to imagine. She was probably one of the most powerful sorceresses ever born, and she was a force to be reckoned with. More than that, Nietzsche, of all people, deserved to know the truth. It wasn't that he'd been trying to keep it from her. He just hadn't had the time to discuss it. In fact, he wished that he had already told her about it, that he had had her thoughts on the whole thing, especially the part about the secret library that Baracus kept, and the book meant for Richard that he'd sent there with his wife for safekeeping, until the day a war wizard was again born into the world to take up their cause. Richard sighed. There just hadn't been any time yet. As much as he did want to tell it all to her, he wanted to tell her the entire story, when he could discuss it, along with some of the questions he had, so he decided for the moment to leave out most of the details and keep it to the pertinent point. Lothane was a spy for the forces of the old world. Maybe he could see that they were not going to be able to win the war. Maybe he was just taking extra precautions. Anyway, when he went to the Temple of the Winds, he sowed the seeds for their cause to rise again at some future time. He did something, at the least to see to it that a dreamwalker would again be born into the world. Baracus was unable to reverse the sabotage, so he did the next best thing. He saw to it that there would be a counter born into the world. Me. Nietzsche, speechless, could only stare at him. Richard turned back to Berdine. So, what does this business with Baracus have to do with these central sites? Berdine glanced around again, checking how close the soldiers were. Kolo wrote in his journal that there were whispers among a group of influential people that Baracus may have been a traitor, and if he was, then he could have done something ruinous while he was at the Temple of the Winds.